Martin S. Fine presiding. Please silence all cell phones and be seated.
Yeah, you're good. And then as soon as you get back, we got all the jurors here. We'll go right into that. Just to this morning.
Yeah, I was doing the exact same thing and it wouldn't come up.
Sometimes what happens, right? You can just hit reset.
Reset all TC.
Yeah, reset all TV. Well, you can just hit reset. You hit reset all TVs. And then go now to the pink one, which is
All TC.
so like that. And then go back to, you have to click the pink one again. And then annotate. Yeah, sometimes you may get hang up, you know, it's electronics. Let me just make sure it works.
Do you have an extra pen?
Judge.
That's something simple, thanks.
Judge, you have to catch. Is he following you?
My hat special?
Oh, yeah.
Mine is voluntary because I'm sure. His was involuntary.
I told him, I said, why are you trying to do us like this, Judge?
Listen, after a number of years, you know, it doesn't, there's no point in doing anything else. It doesn't work anyway.
1981. Make sure that's the one you like.
I didn't do it.
I like the flat top. I like the
football.
I like that.
Situation. Scot Peterson, 197166 CF10A. I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killer, and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I have Mr. Igarsh present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, is there anything that you need me to address before we resume your presentation? Defense, anything you need me to address?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Judge, throughout the trial, there have been a number of objections to things that I've done in opening and on cross as it relates to bringing out testimony that Scott Israel, former sheriff, conducted a press conference where he announced to the world that my client should have gone in to kill the killer, and he left out a colossal amount of material that would have given the public a different view of it. And we believe that at a minimum affected the public's view of the case, and that included the officers who have been testifying and who continue to testify, because they erroneously believed, hearing it from the top, that my client then must have known where the shooter or shooters were located, believed that people were being killed, and he did nothing except cowered it. It affected their testimony, we believe, so far. We believe that it will continue to do so. That's one reason why we want to get that testimony out. The second reason is that we also believe that it set in motion a political firestorm that included people demanding that my client be charged criminally for acts that were nothing more than innocuous and where my client was being of service. And finally, it led to not an internal investigation by the Broward Sheriff's Office or even an independent investigation by FDLE. The facts are, and this is what Keith Reddick's testimony will be, that the governor then insisted, after this press conference, insisted that my client be investigated. They called it looking into the actions of the officers, but we will be able to show that it was specifically geared towards my client, who was the only one who was charged. All of that is extremely relevant. The state doesn't have to miss it.
How is any of what you just said relevant?
Well, first, we believe because that testimony was out there publicly and these witnesses heard that testimony.
What witness?
Well, the court did not allow us to get into that. I will recall a couple of them to make sure that they say for the record that they heard Sheriff Israel's testimony when he did that. And the argument then to be made to the jury is that then created in their minds, again, they weren't there when the shots were fired, so they relied upon Sheriff Israel to erroneously conclude that my client must have known where the shots were coming from. Because in that press conference, he never said that my client ordered the code red, that my client did all the things that we're going to get out, and or that there were numerous people who had confusion over where the shots were coming from. He had an agenda, Judge. He did.
Right, but you're talking about the, number one, the political process is a separate branch of government. It has nothing to do with here, zero. Number two, there is no relevance to the state attorney's office making a charging decision. The elected state attorney filed the charges. This jury is not going to be asked anything regarding was that a correct or incorrect decision to file the charges. The only thing this jury is going to be asked is, has the state proven the elements of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt, yes or no?
I understand that, but I led off with the most significant argument that I believe that the law permits me to make.
No, I don't agree with you at all, sir. And whatever you said in your opening statement, that was at your own election and at your own peril. But you can call Scott Israel to testify about training, I guess, but he can't talk to this jury about what internal decisions were made regarding investigations.
No,
it's not relevant.
Judge, let me make sure that I'm making myself clear. First, is the court precluding me from, first, saying that Scott Israel conducted that press conference and first put out all of this information for the public?
Scott Israel wasn't at Parkland, correct? He wasn't there that day.
He was not.
Okay, so what relevance does that have to anything that this jury has to decide?
Because if the witnesses in this case, first and foremost, heard Scott Israel's conclusions as they did, and as the public did, and as the families in this case did. But let's talk about the witnesses specifically. If they heard...
What witness?
Well, we intend to ask that question. I wanted to ask the other witnesses, if I need to recall them as defense witnesses, assuming their testimony is, yes, we heard...
Who has said that your client heard shots in the building and didn't? respond appropriately. What witnesses testified to that? None of them have.
You're right.
They've all testified to this is what their training was. And quite candidly, their opinion about the way your client behaved or didn't behave is, again, irrelevant. The jury gets to decide that.
I understand that.
So that's why I've been sustaining the objections. None of this is relevant. Relevancy is anything that will allow the fact finder to make a decision on any issue that they have to decide. Nothing that you've talked to me about so far today is anything that the jury has to decide.
If witnesses hear the press conference that Scott Israel gives, and they then utilize that for their belief as to
You
what...
keep saying that, but what witness? I think you're talking about witness credibility or bias. I'm not
Yes.
sure, but so
Yes.
what witness has been biased? Or what witness's credibility is at issue because they heard a press conference? Specifically, give me a name, sir.
I have yet to be able to ask that question of either, I mean, there have been 3 witnesses that I'd like to ask that question, and I would recall Schroy, Heinrich, and Burton, and ask them if they heard that press conference prior to ever giving their depositions in this case, which would be the facts. And that does influence their testimony, because they're coming in here and concluding that my client must have heard the shots.
They didn't. No one said that, and you didn't ask them that, sir.
Judge, they're not saying it, but our argument is, by implication, that's why they feel so strongly against my client. They're willing to say that you got to move towards the sound. And when I say, well, you don't know where the sounds are coming from, you know, what do you do?
Mr. Irish, that's something you can make in a closing argument. No witness has been asked or answered any question regarding their evaluation of your client's training or their evaluation of your client's behavior. They have been asked and they have answered questions and they have testified about their own training and their own behavior.
I'm talking about facts, Judge. Sheriff Israel will testify that all he said was he should have gone in to kill the killer.
He's not going to testify in front of this jury about that because I'm not going to let him.
But if we can prove and thus make the argument that as a result of that, witnesses heard those statements and that they factored that into the analysis of my client prior to testifying.
Witnesses aren't, Mr. Irish, these witnesses aren't giving their analysis about anything. Detective Polo testified to what he did, and then we watched his body camera and it showed what he did. On that day, February 14, 2018, what media event he viewed or didn't view afterwards couldn't be less relevant to his testimony.
By implication, all 3, Heinrich, Schroy, Polo, and Burton, all, we believe, gave testimony suggesting, erroneously, that my client should have continued to move closer to the sound, believing them. They all believed that that could have been possible. And they only believed that because Sheriff Israel gave that press conference.
Which is exactly the reason why we don't let witnesses give their opinions about anything. Fact witnesses testify about facts. Expert witnesses can testify about an opinion. If the jury believes them to be an expert, they can listen to their opinion or disregard their opinion. But fact witnesses testify about facts, period.
They're facts.
I mean, I'll let you proffer whatever you want outside the presence of the jury. I'll send the jury out. You ask the witnesses whatever questions you want on appellate review if this doesn't go your way. And if it turns out that I'm mistaken in that decision, then I guess the District Court of Appeal will let me know that. But no one can talk about a media event or why a charging decision was made or any political motivation for anything, period.
So just so we're clear, we can move on. The court over my objection is precluding me from calling Scot Israel to testify that this is what he said during the press conference, that my client should have gone in and killed the killer.
I'm not going to give you a advisory opinion as to anything. You can call whatever witness you want. If it's something that we need to proffer outside of the jury, then I'll send the jury out and you can ask the questions however you see fit.
I just wanted to avoid bringing him in if the court's not going to even let me get into these areas. Right?
I will let you put it on the record, sir, but not in front of the jury. Look, I'm looking at the preliminary jury instructions. This is 16.5, neglect of a child with great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Number 1, the defendant willfully or by culpable negligence failed or omitted to provide said victim with care, supervision, and services, or the defendant failed to make a reasonable effort to protect the victim from abuse, neglect, or exploitation by another. 2, in doing so, the defendant caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to the victim. 3, the defendant was a caregiver for the victim. 4, the defendant was under the victim, was under the age of 18 years of age. That's it. That's the only thing the jury's being asked to decide. So tell me how Scot Israel's opinion about anything is relevant to any of the elements of the crime charge.
Because when he gave that press conference, Judge, it was literally a week after this had occurred. The facts were not out yet, and when he came...
Sir, the facts are being put out in this trial. Whatever happened before June 5th, 2023 is not relevant to this jury. And they didn't hear anything about it.
But
And they said they were putting all that aside.
If it impacted, I'm not talking about the jurors, I'm talking about if witnesses who are testifying in this trial, if they were to testify, that they did see that press conference, and then as a result of that, believed that my client must have known where the sounds were coming from.
Sir, you're repeating yourself. I understand. You're making a closing argument.
But I
Have you
can't,
even asked the state witness yet? Do you think Deputy Peterson responded correctly, yes or no? You haven't asked anyone that. Correct?
not these witnesses who,
Right.
again, heard information that I
Well,
think...
how do you know that? Sir, that's your entire argument, which
Are
I
you
find
a-
no merit in, is exactly the reason why we don't try these things in the media.
Are you
We try
allow-
these things in court.
Are you allowing me then to ask witnesses if they heard Sheriff Israel's press conference?
Not in front of the jury. Tell me, when we get done with each witness, if you want me to send the jury out and you want to proffer their testimony, if I hear what the questions and answers are, and I think that it's relevant and it's admissible, then we'll bring the jury back in and then you can ask your questions.
Will the court permit me to call Sheriff Israel to say that he never contacted my client to find out what he knew?
Tell me
about?
why that's relevant. Why is that relevant to this jury?
To determine what Sheriff Israel, the leader
Well,
of...
who cares what Sheriff Israel determined? He didn't file the charges. Do you think the state attorney's office ever files charges that the law enforcement doesn't agree with, or vice versa? Do you think there's times when law enforcement wants charges to be filed and the state attorney's office chooses not to do so? You're talking about different branches of government, sir.
There's a
This
difference.
is very basic.
There's a difference between what the court may believe, either in this case or in other cases,
I don't believe anything, sir. I'm the referee. All I do is apply the rules.
and/or what I'm capable of arguing to this jury, which to my core is not just a symbolic defense argument, is what I believe. And if I can't ask about Sheriff Israel and the fact that he had a plan to throw my client under the bus, okay? In this instance, I could say that he didn't speak with my client even though he had his personal cell phone, that he then held a press conference after initially defending my client and other officers, and that he announced to the world that my client didn't go in to kill the killer, erroneously suggesting that he knew where the killer was exactly when the shooter was there. And then when a parent asked him about it, instead of correcting the record, he then said, yeah, you're right, he's a coward, we don't know why he didn't go in. Making that parent believe erroneously that he was responsible for her daughter's death when my client wasn't even there when her daughter was killed on the first floor. And then from that press conference, which again led to the Oval Office, it got out there, people saw it, the witnesses, if you'll allow me, I'll recall them, they'll say that they saw it.
How do you know that they saw it?
I believe that they did, Judge. I think it was out there. And if not, they say no, then okay, I lose on that issue.
Why didn't you ask me to proffer that outside the presence of the jury up to this point?
Judge, I thought every time I brought up that subject matter while I was up there,
Because it's not relevant, sir. Scot Israel didn't make the charging decision in this case, correct? You do understand that?
I understand
Okay,
that.
so
But
again,
from-
who the elected state attorney decides to charge with a crime, and whatever crime the elected state attorney decides to charge is the purview of the elected state attorney. That's the executive branch of government. This is the judicial branch of government. Your client's pled not guilty. We're going to introduce facts in this case, and the jury gets to decide.
If Sheriff Riddick's testimony, I proffer to you because I took his deposition, is we only conducted a criminal investigation because the governor
No, I'm not going to let you say that in front of the jury.
ordered us to, and that came after this famous press conference, which got picked up everywhere.
Mr. Agash, you're not listening to me. Now we're behind schedule. So why does any of that matter?
Judge, Not only do we
What question does the jury have to be asked? I'll ask you again. What issue does the jury have to decide that has anything to do with anything that you've just talked to me about for the last 17 minutes?
whether there's bias, motive, interest on the witnesses, in the witness's perspective, and if they saw that press conference and it impacted them, then it's
You
relevant.
didn't ask them.
I plan on, because quite frankly, you shut me down, Judge. I was gonna get
No,
into
sir.
that area.
No, sir. All you have to do is tell me what you want to do. I'll send the jury out. We can do a proffer outside of the presence of the jury if you
Okay.
think that I'm ruling incorrectly, and we can go from there. But what one investigator or 100 investigators decided to do or didn't do, and what their motivations for doing that were or were not, is totally irrelevant to what this jury has to decide. Your client is charged with these crimes. This is his trial. And the jury will decide if the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether he's guilty or not of each element of each crime. But they're never going to hear me read, why did Scott Israel do what he did? Why did Investigator Riddick do what he did? Why was the defendant charged with the crimes that he was charged with? That is not the purview of the jury. Therefore, none of it is relevant evidence.
Okay. If I'm saying he's not guilty, I believe that I have the right to say these charges were politically motivated.
Well, you are incorrect, sir, but you're entitled to your own belief. But in this courtroom, my decision on what's relevant or not is what
I'm gonna certainly respect it and respectfully disagree with what I'm
All right,
allowed
well,
to.
Mr. Igars, here's what we'll do then. You come back tomorrow or after the lunch break or any day, and please bring me any Florida case, any Florida statute, any rule of criminal procedure that says the motivation for criminal charges is relevant. I invite you to find one Florida case in the history of the criminal courts of Florida where the decision to make a charge or not make a charge is relevant, admissible testimony. Anything else, sir? We're done with this subject.
Yes, but on that first issue that I brought out, what a witness saw and where they got their information from prior to testifying would be relevant.
No, what a witness saw and where they got their information from about what they're testifying about.
Yes.
About February 14th, 2018. That is relevant.
So I would like to be able to ask witnesses, did they see Sheriff Israel's press conference? And if that influenced them in any way in formulating the facts about which they're testifying?
You just said, did someone's press conference influence their version of the facts?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think you just made my argument for me, sir. Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, very good. Please bring the jury in. State, you have your next witness ready to go?
We do, Your Honor, yes.
Okay.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you all may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using your notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a nice night. When we pressed pause on the trial yesterday, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call Detective Danny Christian. And I'll be asking to admit an exhibit, and I'd ask for the TVs to be down.
The TVs have to be off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court Deputy Unit, we're going to need the TVs off, please. Sir, if I can have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please.
Good morning.
Why don't you raise your, before you have a seat, if you can just stop and look at me, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. And sir, once you're seated, if I can just scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My name is Detective Danny Christian. The last name is spelled Krystyan.
D-A-N-N-Y?
Correct.
Mr. Kilmer, you may inquire.
Thank you. Detective Christian, where do you currently work?
I currently work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for approximately 22 years, and I have a total of approximately 27 years of law enforcement experience. I'm currently assigned as a crime scene detective, and I've been with that unit for approximately 9 years. Prior to that, I was a road patrol deputy, and prior to that, I was an officer at Waverly PD in Waverly, Ohio.
Now, back on February 14th of 2018, were you assigned to the crime scene unit at that date, at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in regards to what occurred at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, were you tasked with doing anything specific
Yes.
with the building?
I was assigned as the lead forensic detective for the first floor of Building 12 in the Marjory Stoneman Douglas campus.
Did all of the work that you conducted take place in regards to the first floor?
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene detective, what were you tasked with in February 2018 for the 1200 building at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
So as a forensic crime scene detective, our job basically is we have three primary goals. Number one is to document the crime scene. So we do that in numerous ways. What we'll do is we'll take photographs, generally first thing that we do. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to take some 360 photography, which is kind of like when you're buying real estate and you kind of put you in the middle of the room and you can kind of look around on your computer screen to see everything in perspective. The other things we're going to do is if it's applicable, we're going to take aerial photography. We'll do that with either a drone or a helicopter. So those are different ways that we'll document the scene. And we'll also take measurements of the scene if we need to as far as documentation. And we're going to notate where all the evidence is. So that's something that we can recreate a crime scene later on if we need to.
In terms of the actual physical evidence, what do you do with, let's say, for instance, shell casing?
So normally we would document it photography-wise. Then at some point we would collect it. And then after we collect it, if it needed be, we'd process it. And then we'd have it ready to present to trial.
What do you mean by process it?
So in some cases, we may be looking for fingerprints or DNA. So if that's the case, we would that's what we consider processing if we're looking for a particular type of substance on the evidence. And in many cases, it'll be either DNA or fingerprints.
In this particular case, when you were tasked on the first floor, did you take photographs of the first floor?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Christian, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as 2C or CC for state's identification. Can you please take a look at that? recognize these 9 pictures?
I do.
Are these a true and accurate representation of the photographs taken at 1200 building of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas campus on February of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in States 2C, which is a composite of 9 photographs, in as States 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, States 2C for identification will now be in evidence as States Exhibit 29, a composite exhibit of 9 photos.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
And the cameras, I'm sorry, the TVs in the back are off, correct?
Court Deputy Unit, everything's off, correct?
Detective Christian, I'm not showing you. What's now in evidence is States 29. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And what is it of?
This is building number 12, Marjory Stoneman Douglas. This viewpoint is basically east looking west, and that is the east side of the building 12.
Now showing you the second picture. Is this a closer up of that, what we were just looking at?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with, is the annotator working, Your Honor? It is, correct. Can you mark the main hallway, the doors to the main hallway? You can actually circle it on your screen there. So that's to the main hallway to where the classrooms are.
Correct.
And the door to the right, tan in color, what does that mean?
That's access to the stairwell.
Now showing you the third picture there. Is that additionally, or what is this?
That's also the doors that access the hallway into the classrooms.
Now, from this photograph, it appears as if there's a glare in the 2 window slats. Did you actually see these window slats in person? When you
Yes.
took the, could you see through them?
They were slightly tinted, so not real good.
Now I'm looking at the fourth picture. What is this of?
The same image, just looking from west to east and looking out toward the east. The same doors.
In the photograph, can you see the cars outside?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you the next image and focusing on, do you see the room number associated with this photograph? It's a little, it might be a little blurry.
Yeah, I don't think the room number came out. I can refer to my map.
I can show it to you in person if it helps. Your Honor, may I approach a witness?
You may.
I believe it's,
Detective Christian, can you see it on the actual photo itself?
yeah, 1216 is what I thought. it was gonna
1216,
be.
is
Yep.
that on the east side of the building or on the west side?
It's more closer to the east side, yes.
In this photograph, do you see shell casings?
I do.
Where are they located? Can you just circle or highlight the location of?
Yeah, so there's quite a few. There's,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll go back to the pencil, I apologize.
there we go. There's some here, some here, some here. Some there, some there. And I think there's a few over here too, in here.
In total, how many shell casings did you recover from the first floor?
So I collected a total of 70 fired casings from the first floor.
Given that you collected 70, how do you keep track of where you find them? How does that work?
So when you're dealing with a large crime scene like we did, the hallway is almost right around 200 feet. So what we had to do was break that hallway down into compartments to help us process that scene and make it a little more manageable. And in case we have to reconstruct the crime scene, we need to put all the evidence back to exactly where we found it. So that helps us with measurements and different ways of putting the evidence back. So what we did is we knocked it down into quadrants. So we did 20-foot quadrants in the hallway, and we marked them 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, all the way up to 110, going from west to east. Okay, so that helped us narrow down a quadrant where the evidence was collected. That way, when I testify, if I say quadrant 1-6, we know that's in that particular area of the hallway, as opposed to the front or the back. So it just helps us narrow down where the evidence is located.
In regards to room 12, or outside room 1216, what quadrant was this, do you recall?
That would have been probably quadrant 1-8.
1-8, okay. So 10 is on the east side?
Yeah, 10
Quadrant
is
10 is on the east
10
side?
is east, and then the quadrant 1-1 is on the west side.
Okay. showing you now the next picture.
And just to let you know, we also did the same thing on the second floor and the third floor, so if you do hear any testimony about those floors, the quadrants are exactly the same way. Instead of 1, 1, it would be 2 for the second floor, and it'll begin with a 3 on the third floor.
Okay, now showing you the next picture. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a viewpoint from west looking east.
Do you see any shell casings in this particular photograph?
Yeah, there's a couple in here.
Can you circle them as well for the jurors,
One
please?
there, one there. I think there was one in the back there too, somewhere. That might be one there too.
Now, in terms of the quadrants, this is something you document? Make a report, things of that nature, so
Yes.
you know where the shell casings?
Yes. And we'll also mark on the floors exactly where each shell casing came from. That way, if we have to reenact the crime scene, we could actually put all the evidence right back exactly where we found it.
So does that mean that after you pick up, for instance, the shell casing on the far right side, kind of near the corner, that shell casing, after you pick it up, you would mark the floor?
Yes, we marked the floor. That way, if we need to put it back, we can put it back exactly where we found it.
Let me move on, actually. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this is the west side double doors of Building 12. This is a viewpoint from east looking west.
So this would be quadrant
110,
110.
correct.
You see the pink rods kind of sticking out?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are ballistic trajectory rods, and we use those as a tool. So whenever there's a projectile site, and what would be easier for you maybe to understand would be a bullet hole. If we find a bullet hole that a bullet penetrated through, we'll put that rod in there, and that rod kind of gives us a general idea of the direction that bullet came from. So the rod kind of points in the direction where the bullet came from.
Now showing you in correspondence that photo with the next one, what are we looking at here?
So those are the same west side double doors that lead into the hallway of first floor Building 12. And what we have there is we have a couple of trajectory rods, you see penetrated that door on the left.
So going back to the photograph before, we see more rods, for instance, in this area over here.
Yes.
Do you recall if it corresponded to projectiles leaving the building?
So there was only a total of 2 that actually penetrated the door.
And are those,
You can see the 2 where they're sticking, the rods are sticking out, yes. And we did find evidence that the bullets may have most likely traveled to Building 13, which is west of that area, because we did find defects on the wall where the bullet most likely struck.
and just for clarification purposes, looking at what's already in evidence as State 17. Looking at this photograph here, can you just use the annotator, use the pencil to show which side the doors we were just looking at, the projectiles came out of?
So yeah, that would be the west side right here,
Oh, you're on a eraser, sorry. Now you can show.
right there.
When you took photographs of the east side, did you see any of similar projectiles leaving the building?
No.
And going back to States 29, the last picture, what is this a picture of?
So this is a picture of also the hallway of first floor, Building 12. And that viewpoint is basically east looking west, pretty much down all the way down the hallway. And you can see the glare from the window on the left, and that tells me that I'm real close to the double doors on the east side.
Going back, so that is looking from, from east to west.
Correct.
Now you stated earlier that you found 70 shells. Where were any of the shells found in classrooms?
No, all 70 fired casings were found in the hallway.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? We can take the cameras down.
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as 2D or DD for state's identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2D as states 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2D for identification will now be in evidence that it states Exhibit 30.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
So what are we looking at here?
These are two fired casings, and from quadrant 110, and 110 would be the most east side of the building, near those east doors.
So looking at the, Your Honor, if you could put on, and you can show this.
The TVs can be on.
Yes, sir. Detective, can you repeat? Oh, wait for them to come on then. Using the annotator, using the pencil. Where were those approximately located?
So these were right here in quadrant 110, right in this area.
Okay. And that's 2 shell casings?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been marked previously for identification as states 2E. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
It is.
Okay. And what is it?
This is a fired casing recovered from quadrant 19, which would be in this area right here.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in states 2E for identification as states 30.
Defense, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2E for identification will now be in evidence that it states Exhibit 31.
Detective, you already circled where this was located, correct?
I did.
And that's the second, or the, to the left.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you it's been previously marked as 2F or FF for identification. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
It is.
And what are they?
These are 20 fired casings recovered from quadrant 18.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in what's been previously marked as for identification as 2F and it has states 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection,
Right there.
states 2F for identification will now be in evidence that it states Exhibit 32.
And detective, showing you what's now states 32. How many rounds were collected?
20, this is the same one, yeah. 18. 20 rounds.
Why are they broken up individually into different vacuum seal
So these are
packs?
the different manufacturers. So they're all pretty much the same caliber. They're all either .223 or 5.56, which is actually a similar round that can be shot out of an AR-15. Most AR-15s can shoot either round. So most of the ones that I did collect were .223s. There were a couple of 5.56 NATO rounds as well. But this one looks like it's mainly .223s.
And these were collected from quadrant
1-8.
1-8, which is the farthest to the left circle now.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you 2G, or GG for identification. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it back in February 2018?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are the 12 fired casings from quadrant 17, and then there's one live round that was also recovered from quadrant 17.
And where's 17 located?
In this area right here.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in 2G, or GG, into evidence of states 33.
3. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, states 2G for identification will now be in evidence that it states Exhibit 33.
And Detective, same question as before, why are they vacuum sealed in different
Again, these are
portions.
the manufacturer, I just divided them up in manufacturer and make, so LC17, PMC, LC12, FC7, these are just different manufacturers, that's why I divided them up that way.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you it's been previously marked as 2H for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it back on February 14th of 2018?
yes, sir?
Can you speak up?
Near.
Both.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it back in February of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in states 2H or HH into state as states 30.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, states 2H for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 34.
Detective, did you already mark on the screen which quadrant this came from?
I did. Quadrant 1-6.
And same with the seals for
Yes,
different.
there's different manufacturers.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you it's been previously marked as states 2I or II for identification. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, these are the 3 fire casings I collected from quadrant 1-5.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move into I or II into evidence as states 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2I for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 35.
And you just circled around the area that
Correct.
says 0, 1, 2. Is that correct?
1-5 is the, yeah, 1-2 is the number on the
On the
screen,
map.
but quadrant
Yeah, on the
1-5, correct.
Detective, I'm now, Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you it's been previously marked as 2J or JJ for state's identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
It's in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it.
It is.
What is it?
This is a fired casing collected from quadrant 1-4.
1-4. Can you show where 1-4 is?
I can. Sorry.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2J or JJ into evidence of states 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2J for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 36.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as, for state's identification purposes as 2K or KK. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the fired casing collected for quadrant 1-1.
And where's 1-1?
That would be right next to the west side doors.
Oh, can you just,
Yeah, absolutely, right there.
Your Honor, at this time, or is this the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in states 2K or KK into states 37.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, states 2K for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 37.
Detective, you just described this as 1-1, states 37, and states 36 as being in 1-4.
Correct.
So there's a gap in between where the,
1, 2, and 1, 3. So basically the restrooms, the bathrooms, and the, close to the, where the teacher's lounge.
Can you-
area is.
hold on a second. Can you just mark that area where nothing was found?
Right in this area right here.
Now, when you were on scene, did you also document the deceased individuals on the first floor?
I did.
And how many deceased individuals were on the first floor?
There was 7 that were present when I was there, and then, but a total of 11 were shot on the first floor.
Who were shot and killed?
Yes.
In addition to the photographs, the shell casings, the trajectory rods, Was there anything else that you personally did on the first floor?
We collected evidence pertaining to the other case, but other than that, no.
Your Honor, if I may. Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions for Detective Christian.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Defense has no questions.
All right, state, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just like to publish these to the jury.
Yeah, he may step down.
He may step down
You may
to
publish
publish,
the
yes.
exhibits to the jury. Thank you very much, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you just want to take a look at it, pass it to your neighbor till they go all the way around. And again, I'll repeat what I told you previously. This is not the only time that you will see these exhibits. All these exhibits will be with you in the jury room while you are deliberating the case. You may call your next witness.
Yes, sir. At this time, Your Honor, the state will call Detective Gloria Crespo.
can I have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please? Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, if you could just stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I could just scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Sergeant Gloria Crespo, Crespo.
Gloria?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kilburn, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what agency do you work for?
Broward Sheriff's Office,
Now, going back into February 14th of 2018, what unit were you in?
crime scene unit.
And what was your main responsibility in the crime scene unit?
I was a crime scene detective.
What do crime scene detectives do, in general?
We go to scenes and process scenes,
And by process, you mean? things
collecting
like
evidence, photographing, documenting.
So those specific tasks that you were assigned, is that something that you did at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in February of 2014?
Yes,
Were you specifically assigned to a floor in the 1200 building?
I was assigned to a floor and I was also assigned to the hallways.
Okay, and was that on the third floor?
The floor that I was assigned to was the third floor, yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, while you were conducting your job on the third floor, did you see remnants of gunshots?
Yes.
How many gunshot shell casings did you find?
I collected 61 on the third floor.
Did you collect any other on any other floor?
I collected in the stairwell 2.
In the stairwell, on what floor?
It was on the first floor. It was a 1200A was a stairwell on the west side.
Okay. So while you were assigned to the third floor and predominantly did most of your work on this third floor, you also happened to be the crime scene detective at the time that collected the two shells from the west stairwell on the
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll have to keep the televisions off for a portion of this.
Off. Court
Yes.
Deputy Eunuch, we need the TVs off, please.
Did you take photographs on the third floor?
I did.
Let me ask you, over how many days were you processing the scene at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
We were there for several days.
Several days. So this wasn't one thing that you just got done on the 14th?
No.
I'm showing you what's already been entered into evidence. It states 22. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes.
Okay. You're actually able to annotate. You're actually allowed to make you can make pencil marks on it, Your Honor. If you could please enable that. Which side, looking at this diagram, is the east side? And if you could just do the same for the west side. Now, did you also break up the third floor into quadrants just as Detective Christian did?
Yes.
Okay. And as Detective Christian, did you start with the 10th quadrant on the far east side and work your way west?
We started on the west side
West.
with quadrant 1 to the east to 10.
10 is
Yes.
on the east, 1 is on the west.
Yes.
Sorry for asking you very confusing.
That's okay.
Now, were you also tasked with taking photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's already been previously marked as 2M for identification. Can you please take a look at these photographs? a true and accurate depiction of the third floor of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas 1200 building back in February 2018?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in what's already been previously marked as states composite 2M into evidence as states 39, a composite of 14 pictures.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2M for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 38, a composite exhibit of 14 photos.
I apologize, Your Honor, states 30. Now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you the first picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Looking at, well, I'm inside the teacher's lounge.
The teacher's lounge, now referring back to what's already in evidence, is states 22. Do you recognize this diagram of the third floor?
Yes, the teacher's lounge is right here.
Can you please, thank you, mark where it is. Which direction are we facing when we look at this photograph?
You're facing west.
Now looking at the second picture. What are we looking at there?
You're looking at the parking lot,
And which way are we facing there?
west.
Do you see the football field?
Yes.
Now the third picture. What are we looking at here?
It's the area where you walk through to go towards that football field that you saw.
Is that facing southbound?
This, no.
This is still facing west?
Yes.
Okay. And at the bottom of the screen, do you see projectile strikes? What would you call those?
Yes.
Projectile strikes?
Mhm.
Okay. How many do you see here, or how many do you count for?
And there could be fragments that could have also had struck it, but I would say that's for sure 2, possibly 5.
How many shell casings did you recover from the teacher's lounge?
The teacher's lounge, if I refer to my notes, because there was one inside of, there's an extra room in that teacher's lounge.
Okay.
So,
Looking at the diagram, you
Right.
marked earlier where the teacher's lounge is. Do you mean the bathrooms, or do you mean where it says 1240A?
well, it says 1240A, there was one.
Sorry. You can do it now.
It was right here.
So there was one shell in there,
Yes.
and in the teacher's lounge, the rest of the teacher's lounge, how many shells did you?
There was a total of 9.
And going back to the photographs. Is this still within the teacher's lounge?
That one, yes.
Facing southbound?
No.
Do you see the building to the left side over there?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you the next, which is, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. How many projectile strikes do you see in that photograph?
Possibly 4. Can you move the
Oh, I'm
photograph
sorry.
up?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you. Yes, 4.
Now, in terms of the projectile strike, let me see if I can get a little bit closer. This one here, does that look different from that one there, for instance?
Yes.
What could account for that?
The distance, the force it hit the window, the fragmentation. I mean, I'm not an expert in this area.
Do you see in this photograph, do you see kind of like the football field with the soccer nets in the background?
Yes.
Facing west.
Yes.
Looking at the next photograph. Zoom out a little bit. Is that similar to the picture we just saw before?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you see the football field and the soccer nets behind it?
Yes.
Now looking at the next photograph. Is this from the third floor as well?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall which window we're looking at here?
it's the hallway window.
The hallway, not the teacher's lounge. Right?
No,
And do you see how many projectile strikes are on the window panes?
on the window panes, you said?
Yeah, the windows itself.
The window itself?
Yes.
There's 5.
Do you, when you see a strike, I'm going to try to zoom in as much as I can here. Do you mark it with like a little sticker?
Yes, those are my measurements.
Okay, those are the measurements. So is that the little card that
Yes.
you utilize? Okay. Now looking at the next picture. Zoom out. What are we looking at here?
Documentation of that window and that whole wall?
Is that same hallway, the west side of the third hall?
Yes.
Okay. These markings, for instance, up here, or over here, or down here, what are they indicating?
They indicate possible strike marks
Okay.
and measurements.
Could you actually see like basically holes in the wall?
There's going to be some type of a disturbance.
Okay. Now looking at the next
Omar?
photograph. Is that a similar picture just taken at a different angle?
Yes,
Now to the right, the door that you see to the right, is that the teacher's lounge?
yes,
Now looking at the next photograph. Do you see what classroom number that is?
yes, 1255.
And do you see the name on the door that's kind of written down? Over here?
Miss Lapel?
Do you see any projection strikes or any bullet holes in this particular picture?
Yes,
Can you just circle them and highlight them for the jurors? Looking at the next picture, is that the same room but with the door open?
yes.
What's the purpose of what's the purpose of the yellow tape kind of behind the door? Do you see it there?
It's measurement.
What's the importance of measurements in regards to crime scene investigation?
You need to recreate the scene.
Now looking at the next photo, do you recognize this?
Yes,
Is that in Miss Lapel's room, the same room, the 1256?
yes, that's the other side of that wall.
Okay. Do you see, I know there's a glare, do you see projectile strikes in this photograph?
Yes,
Could you please circle them for me? Thank you. Now, you also took photographs of the hallways themselves, correct?
yes,
Looking at the photograph here. Do you see any of the shell casings that you collected?
yes,
Could you please circle some of them? Now, this item right here, what is that?
that's a magazine.
Magazine utilized in a rifle,
Yes,
and that's what contains
that's what,
the bullets. Okay. Now showing from a different angle. Do you see additional shell casings?
yes,
Could you please circle them for the jurors? Do you see any on the far right side, bottom right side?
yes.
Now, just for clarification purposes, looking at what's already been put into evidence as states 17. Which side of the building was that on that we were just looking at?
That was the east side of the building.
Okay, so could you just mark which side that was on?
Okay, I'm turned around with this photograph. It would be this side here.
The east side.
Yes,
Now, you testified earlier breaking it down into quadrants. Quadrant 10 being the farthest to the east. How many shells did you recover from quadrant 10?
Quadrant 10 was,
Yes.
quadrant 10 was none. It was like a half a quadrant.
Okay, so you recovered
From quadrant 10, none.
none. Quadrant 9.
I'm referring to my notes to be accurate. Quadrant 9, I recovered 11.
Quadrant 8, and hold on, you know what, actually, hold on one second, let's put this down. Can you just circle or mark for the jurors?
Somewhat where it's at.
Yes, so let's just start again with quadrant 10. And quadrant 9,
Quadrant 9 is right at the, about here.
and how many shells did you recover from there?
11.
And quadrant 8,
1255 is about here.
and how many did you recover?
That was 17.
Could you please write 17? Thank you, I know it's kind of
Hard
hard.
to, sorry.
Quadrant 7,
Quadrant 7 was about there.
and how many shells did you recover from there?
1.
In quadrant 6. Did you recover any from quadrant 6?
No, 0.
0, okay, so 29 shells from the east side of the building, is that correct?
Yes.
By breaking it up by quadrants. Okay.
28, right?
11, 17, and 1. So 29, right? 1, 17, and 11?
Yes, sorry, 20. Yes, correct. My math.
No problem. If you can continue to go down. So quadrant 5, how many did you recover?
None, 0.
Quadrant 4,
4 was about here. That's 2.
quadrant 3,
About here. I have 6.
quadrant 2,
Four.
and quadrant 1.
Ten.
Now going back, and I know you testified earlier, but in room 1240A, so at the top left-hand side, you recovered 1,
Yes.
and in the teacher's lounge itself, you recovered 9.
9.
Were there any others recovered on the third floor?
No.
Okay. Judge, we can take the screen off for now. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, just one moment. Yeah, you're right, it's 2 M, so we're not going to go back. 2 M, yes. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, we're now showing you it's been previously marked as 2N for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as you, when you recovered them?
Yes.
Okay. Which quadrant did you recover these from?
This is quadrant 9.
Quadrant 9, okay. On the east side?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time to say we request to move in states 2N, states 39.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2N for identification will now be in evidence at a State's Exhibit 39.
Got it. Detective, I have a question. This is vacuum sealed?
Yes.
Why is it broken up like that? Why differentiate?
Differentiated between the brands of the ammunition. So basically, in layman's terms, like you would have sneaker brands, ammunitions have the same type of identifier, so they have identifiers, different type of ammunition.
Okay. And is that a common practice? And when you recover ammunition or shells of different brand numbers or brand names to do it like that?
That's what I do.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states 2O or 00 for identification. Recognize this.
Yes?
What is it in the same, substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
What is it?
Fire casings.
Okay, and this is from which quadrant?
This is going to be from quadrant, label everything, quadrant 8.
Quadrant 8, so it's still on the east side.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in states 2O or 00 and states 40.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2O for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 40.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as 2P for state's identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's fire casing.
And which quadrant?
This is going to be from quadrant 7.
Quadrant 7. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in state's evidence 2P, states 40.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2P for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 41.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states Q or QQ. Do you recognize that? Or do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
2 fire casings.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as before?
Yes.
Now these, well, at this time, the state would request to move in Q2Q as states 42.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2Q for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 42.
May I approach witness?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as state's identification 2R or RR for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
What is it?
Fire casings.
How many fire casings?
6.
And from which quadrant did you?
Quadrant 3.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2R or RR into evidence as states 40.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2R for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 43.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you it's been previously marked for states identification purposes as states 2S or SS. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
Fire casings.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes,
Which quadrant did you recover those from?
this is quadrant 2.
Quadrant 2. So that's on the west side of the building.
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2S or SS, and this states 43.
44.
44, I'm sorry, apologize. 44.
Defense, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2S for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 44.
Now, Detective, looking at what's now in states 44, why is it broken up into 3 on the bottom and 1 up here?
what do you mean?
Well, 3 shell
3,
casings.
right,
three
it's
down.
just different, again, we just have different brands. And this is, so this is one, it was 1 PMC fire casing, and then 2 Lake City, and then we have, one was from the floor hallway, so it was a different area.
Got it, okay. And these were all from, I'm sorry, I know you said I have a quadrant.
It was quadrant 3, 2, so it was all from, obviously from the hallway.
Okay.
Right.
Besides the teacher's lounge and the part of the teacher's lounge, the additional room, were all other shells recovered from the hallways?
Yes. And then the ones I recovered from downstairs that we talked about.
Yes, and downstairs, yes. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you it's been previously marked for state's identification as 2T or TT. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
Fire casings?
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Okay, how many casings are we looking at?
There's 10.
Now, which quadrant did you recover these from?
This is quadrant 1.
I'm sorry,
Quadrant 1.
Quadrant 1, so that's on the west side?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2T.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, states 2T for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 45.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you some previously marked for identification as states 2U or UU. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you recover those?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you did?
Yes.
What quadrant were those recovered from?
This is the room 1240.
So this is from inside the room?
Mhm.
And how many shell casings are we looking at there?
We're looking at 9.
9 from the teacher's lounge?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move in states 2U.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, 2U for identification will now be in evidence that State's Exhibit 46.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as an identification as states 2V or VV. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
1 casing?
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it?
Yes.
Where was that recovered from?
This is inside that room from the teacher's lounge.
So the top, like the north room, the north part of the teacher's lounge?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2B or VV into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Without objection, 2V for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 47.
Why does this one have a box, whereas the other ones don't? Is there any particular reason?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you for this mark for identification as states 2W or WW. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Wow, what is it?
2 casings.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as where you recovered it?
Yes,
Where did you recover this from?
stairwell,
On which floor?
first floor
Okay.
landing.
When you say the stairwell, was it on the steps or was it on the bottom?
No, it was on the bottom.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states 2W or WW with evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 2W for identification will now be in evidence as States Exhibit 48.
So, Sergeant, how many rounds in total were fired onto the third floor?
On the 3rd floor, we had 61 fire casings.
Now, as part of your job in the crime scene, do you also, or, I'm sorry, back on February 14th, 2018, when you responded as crime scene, did you see deceased individuals on the third floor?
Yes,
Do you recall their names?
yes,
Starting from the east side, quadrant 10-9 area.
Okay.
Do you recall who you saw there?
Scott,
By Scott, you mean Scott Beagle? Is that, I'm sorry, for the record. is
Yes.
that- Okay. Moving further down west, who did you see next?
Kara,
Tara Laughlin?
Yes.
Awesome. Who else did you see?
Meadow,
Meadow Pollock?
yes.
And further down, who did you see?
It was Joaquin,
Joaquin Oliver?
yes.
And moving further down, who did you see?
Jamie,
Jamie Guttenberg?
yes.
And then further down, who did you see?
Peter,
Is that Peter Wang?
yes.
And you're tasked with taking photographs of them and documenting any evidence in regards to their deaths, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about what unit you were in February 2018. What unit were you in previous to being in crime scene?
I was a road patrol deputy, and I was a school resource officer,
School resource officer. What year did you become a school resource officer?
2002,
2002. And you were a school resource officer from 2002 until what year?
2016.
For those 14 years, were you at the same school or were you at different schools?
I was assigned to one school,
Which school is that?
Cooper City Elementary.
Now, in order to become a school resource officer for the Broward Sheriff's Office, did you have to go through additional training?
I did.
And what did that training entail?
So I was a Cooper City police officer first. So when I came over to the Broward Sheriff's Office and merged, I was already a school resource officer.
Okay.
Mr. Kilroy, let me interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
We've been going about 90 minutes,
Sure.
so we're just going to pause on the direct examination. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a quick 5-minute restroom break. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, and the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you leave the notepads in the chairs and step in the back room real quickly, we come back, we'll resume the direct examination of the witness, okay? Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. Real quick 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go back on the record. This is State versus Scot Peterson, 197166 CF10A. I continue to have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Kilmer, Mr. Klinger present for the state. I continue to have Mr. Aguilar present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand. State, anything else you need me to address
No,
before we proceed with the direct examination?
No, Your Honor, but I believe after Sergeant Crespo is done, then Mr. Aguilar has lined up a witness for himself over Zoom, and we've agreed that that's fine. We have more witnesses after that here. But
Okay, you want to do the Zoom witness next out of order. Okay, so we'll just have to set it the same as before. So the only people that are going to be on the Zoom is Mr. Peterson, the witness, the attorney. Is this a witness that requires exhibits?
No.
All right, so just the three pictures.
And
Okay,
Judge, your Zoom number is the one that she.
right. We're going to do exactly as we did with the previous
Got it.
state witness. And
Understood.
again, it's a defense witness, so state, you have no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, defense, anything else you need me to address?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And defense, I did want to let you know, I didn't do it with the first witness, which was purely the crime scene, but based on the questions that may come when each side is done with their direct examination, cross-examination, I'll ask you for a quick sidebar. And on the headphones defense, I'll ask you if there's any questions that you want to ask this witness outside the presence of the jury, or anything that I don't allow you to ask in front of the jury. And I don't know what the testimony is going to be, but that I will make that offer as to any subsequent witness before the witness leaves. And if I have to send the jury out, which I'm going to send this jury out anyway because we got to get the Zoom set up, if there's any questions that you want to proffer, so it's part of the record, I'll be happy to let you do that.
Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, please bring the jury back.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our quick restroom break, we were in the middle of the direct examination of the witness. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. We're going to pick it up right at that point. Mr. Kilburn, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, going back to right before the break, you were an SRO 2002 to 2016 at Cooper City Elementary. Is
Yes.
that correct? You explained something about merging. Is that when Cooper City, who had their own police department, merged with Broward Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
Okay, so you were a Cooper City officer. When they merged, you then became a Broward Sheriff's officer, deputy, who was assigned as a school resource officer at Cooper City
yes.
Elementary. As an SRO, as a school resource officer at Cooper City Elementary, what were your responsibilities?
My responsibilities were to the staff, to the students, to the police department, to the parents, to the community, but primarily, obviously, the school. That was my zone, so school, you know.
And what were you tasked with doing there in that zone at the school?
I was tasked with with any police reports that came out of the school. I was tasked with any child abuse cases that came out of the school. I was tasked with teaching. I was tasked with teaching preventative programs, with participating in safety drills.
The teaching of preventative programs, what does that mean?
They were in different, depending on where you were at, different levels. Part of the program is to obviously teach prevention. And I taught the DARE curriculum at one point. I taught the STAR curriculum, and I taught the GREAT curriculum.
So DARE is drug abuse resistance education?
Yes,
Okay, and you taught that to the students? Do you recall what grade
yes.
level?
5th grade.
And what were the other two programs? I'm sorry.
GREAT program,
And what is that?
gang resistance education and training.
You're gonna have to say that.
Gang resistance education and training.
Okay, and what grade did you teach that to?
That's 4th grade.
Okay.
And I would also go to the middle school sometimes and teach it to the 7th grade.
Now, these programs that you taught, were you trained by Broward Sheriff's Office what to teach?
The program's GREAT is a national program, and you actually go to a training to teach that program.
Now, that training, is that just for school resource officers? To the best of your knowledge?
I honestly don't know if it, you have to be a school resource officer to take that.
While you were at Cooper City, and I understand it's an elementary school, were you permitted to do administrative searches?
That law did not come till later.
Okay, so let's talk about later then. So you're at Cooper City Elementary till 2016, then what unit did you go to?
Excuse me, then what?
You're at Cooper City Elementary till 2016.
Yes.
Then what unit did you go to at BSO?
I went to crime scene.
Okay. And how long were you in crime scene?
Approximately 5 years, almost 6.
5 years, so that brings us to about 2021.
Yes.
What unit did you go to after crime scene?
I went back to road patrol
Back to road patrol for how long?
for about a year and a half.
After that year and a half, where did you go?
I became a supervisor.
A supervisor of
Well, I
what?
mean, I've been a supervisor, but I became a supervisor over the school resource officers and the community outreach resource and education unit.
So you are you're currently a supervisor of school resource officers.
I am.
In what district?
Deerfield.
Deerfield. How many schools do you have in Deerfield?
We have 5 elementary, 1 alternative, 1 high school, and 1 middle school.
So you have 8 schools that you're the supervisor of the school as a school resource officer sergeant.
Yes.
In that capacity as a sergeant, what additional training have you had in regards to being a school resource officer?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question?
What additional training have you had as a school resource officer as opposed to just a regular road patrol deputy?
I've attended multiple annual conferences. We've did specialty, usually, we did a 1 week extensive usually training before you went back into the school every year.
And what is that 1 week training? Is it every summer?
They do it every summer before they go back to the fall.
And what does that 1 week training encompass?
It depends on what is going on, and they bring in different speakers. The SIU is part of it, so
And what is
school
SIU?
Investigative Unit, our school board police.
Okay.
If there's any, state attorneys sometimes come in and speak to us. Truancy laws are, come in and are spoken about. Just different things of the matter. They speak about child abuse and, being able to know that, what that looks like.
And is that training focused towards school resource officers?
That training, yes.
Now that you're the sergeant for school resource officers, administrative searches. Are those permitted to be done by school resource officers?
Yes,
What is an administrative search?
that they're able to check their backpacks. They're able to check, them. Because they're assigned to the school, they are allowed to act as like an administrator of the school if they're assigned to that school.
So if an SRO is assigned to a school, they can act similar to like a vice principal or something
Yes.
like that? On a regular, daily basis, are your school resource officers, the ones that you supervised, are they the only person permitted to have a firearm on campus?
I'd like to believe so, yes.
Well, permitted, allowed to.
Permitted, yes.
School resource officers, are they given long guns?
Rifles?
Yes, rifles.
Yes.
Pre-2016, so when you were at Cooper City Elementary, where did you keep your rifle?
At the time, in my car.
Okay. Describe how it was kept in your car. Was it in a lockbox?
It was actually, it was secured in between the seats and in the front and locked. That's the way they had them at that time.
And were those issued by the Broward Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
For school resource officers?
yes.
You're wearing a vest today.
Yes,
What kind of vest is that?
made of Kevlar, bulletproof vest.
Okay. Can you just stand up for the jury if you would, please, Your Honor, if I may?
Sure.
Does it protect you in the front? You gotta speak up.
Yes, I hope so.
And the back?
Yes.
Okay. And looks like, is it the shoulders? Is there protection up there, or is it just a strap?
No, it comes from here and ends about here,
How much does that weigh, would you estimate?
about 12 pounds.
Okay. Is it your choice to wear that vest?
Where I'm dressed right now, absolutely not, I have to.
Okay. Why is that?
Because in this uniform, Broward Sheriff's Office says we have to wear this vest.
Okay. Going back to your SRO days pre-2016, did you wear a vest?
It's our choice.
It was your choice. But was it offered to all school resource officers who chose to wear a vest that
Yes.
they could? They were available, they were at the station or the substation?
No, they were with you.
No, I'm saying when you got that vest, you got it from BSO?
Yes.
Either from headquarters or from a substation, but it was given to you upon your request?
Well, it's given to us, not annually, every 5 years. But we're measured and it is given to you before you go on the road.
Now, you also spoke about SRO conferences. Is that an annual thing?
They do have annual conferences, yes.
How many would you say you've been to? You can ballpark this.
I've been to 9, 10.
What are taught at those conferences?
All sorts of new programs that help the school resource officer in being able to bridge that gap between the community and the students, and them seeing, us being able to do our job more effectively as mentors. You have different preventative programs so you could possibly keep them, away from drugs. MAD is an organization that, one of the ones that was out there that we brought back, to the high school, and they showed us the presentations that they were doing at other schools. So at a national level, you'd see different programs that were offered by different states for students that you could bring back here to Florida or to your school. Also safety, everything that had to do with the school, counseling, safety, lessons, gun safety, all sorts of stuff.
Is it just in regards to law enforcement component of your responsibilities as a school resource officer, or is it also the other component, the mentorship, the teaching, things of that nature?
It all encompasses in one, it's all one.
Okay. your supervisor, school resource officers, is there another program kind of associated with that? Development or something along those lines, community development?
Not associated, but
Work in conjunction?
we work close, we work together with it, yes. We work
And
with
what is-
with the community because it also involves youth.
And what exactly is that?
The Community Outreach Resource and Education Program,
And what's that primary focus?
to reach out to the community.
Okay. And does that work hand in hand? I understand it's a separate unit, but does that work hand in hand with school resource officers in
They-
terms of the outreach?
They can, yes.
Now, I want to go back to the responsibilities that you had in February of 2014. I'm sorry, February 14th of 2018 at Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas. I'm going to show you a demonstrative aid, which is identified as Defense F. Are you familiar with the layout of this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at Building 12, this is where you did the third story crime scene
Yes.
work. On the third floor, going south towards, let's say, Building 7, were any of the windows shot out on the third floor, facing south?
No.
You got to speak up louder.
No.
Did you see any shot marks or any projectile marks coming out of any of the windows on the south side of Building 12?
No.
You saw a projectile, you saw them coming west, correct?
Yes.
Just one moment, John.
Yes, sir. Okay, cross-examination.
No questions.
Real quick sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you may step down. Thank you very much. While the witness is doing that, the next witness is going to testify using technology. It's going to take us just a moment to get that set up. So I'm going to have you step in the back real quick. As soon as we're ready, this will be a quick one. As soon as we're ready with the technology, I'll have you right back in the courtroom. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, evidence, witnesses, or testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the case. If you leave the notepads in your chairs and just step in the back one moment, I'll be right with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. can see me, can you? Oh, they're still connecting to audio. Okay,
A&A.
raise your right hand for me, please. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Please spell your name for me, first and last name, please.
Yes, my name is Ana Ramos, ANARAMOS.
Ms. Ramos, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I
All
can.
right, and Ms. Ramos, on your screen, can you see Mr. Peterson? He's wearing a purple tie. Can you see him?
Yes, I can.
All right, and Mr. Peterson, can you see and hear Ms. Ramos? I can, Your Honor. And Ms. Ramos, can you see and hear Mr. Peterson?
Yes, I can.
State otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Can I ask her something just for
Sure.
lighting purposes?
Ms. Ramos, one side of your face is
Get your
illuminated.
sound. She'll get the sound.
Oh,
She'll get the
hold
sound.
on.
No, that's good. The fact
Let me close the window.
No, we want both sides illuminated. No, that didn't solve the
Oh,
problem.
okay, let me turn on the lights. Hold on, please.
Thank you.
Maybe now?
That is perfect. Thank you, Anna.
Okay,
Okay, sir.
defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so ma'am, I'm gonna have the jury come back in, and then I'm gonna place you under oath again and ask you to state your full name and spell your full name in front of the jury, and then we're gonna continue with the questions from the witnesses, okay?
Okay.
Anna, can I ask that you tilt the camera up just to get your whole head in there, please?
Yes.
Can you do that so we can get your whole head in there? Can you tilt the screen? Tilt the screen. You know what I mean by that? There we go. Now lower, okay.
Okay.
Lower it just a teeny bit.
Pardon me?
Go ahead. Just lower it a teeny bit more because there's too much head space. That's good.
Like this?
Fine. Yes, leave it like that. That's good. Perfect, Anna. Thank you. Your Honor, you'll remind the jurors that what we're doing and.
It's out of order and by agreement of the parties.
Thank you, sir. And we're not waiving any of our motions.
Yeah, those are otherwise preserved.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, come on in. Once you're back at those same seats, you may be seated, all the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I will give you a moment to get those notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Similarly to what happened with an earlier witness, based on the agreement of the parties, even though we are still in the state's presentation, we're pausing the state's presentation at this point, and out of order, the defense is requested to call a defense witness due to scheduling issues. The state has agreed to that request, so without objection from either side, that witness is also appearing using the technology. Ma'am, can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear? Yes, ma'am. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I am.
You can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Yes, my name is Ana Ramos. ANARAMOS.
Mr. Igos, you may inquire.
Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ramos.
Good morning.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Tell the jurors what city and state you're in right now.
I live in Denver, Colorado.
And did you ask us as an accommodation to Zoom you in so you wouldn't have to fly in?
Yes, that is correct. I request to be in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. And what do you do for a living now?
I work in UNF5, and I work in telemarketing.
Okay. And Back on February 14, 2018, what job did you hold?
I work in Marjory Stoneman Class High School. I work in the security department like a campus monitor.
And how long did you serve as a campus monitor for Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
20 years.
During the 20 years then, you would have overlapped with Scot Peterson for the 9 years that he worked there?
That is correct.
And did you work with Scott very closely?
Yes.
And describe for the jurors, what was your working relationship like with Scot Peterson?
Like a campus monitor, we need to be around the school, observe and inform. That is one of the duties, and anything happen in the school, fights or smoking or any problem with the student, we need to communicate it with the Deputy Peterson, and also to the specialist, Mr. Greenlee.
Your job was different than Mr. Peterson's in that you did not have arrest powers, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you did not, or no?
Yes, it's very different.
Okay.
I do not.
Did you ever place any student under arrest ever?
Well, I need to take it to Deputy Peterson and he arrested.
Okay.
I don't have yes.
But you don't arrest anybody, correct? You don't have that
No,
power, correct?
no, I don't have that power.
Okay. And you saw Mr. Peterson break up fights?
Yes,
And did he do that without
many times.
Many times?
Yes,
Did he do that without even having backup with him?
no.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, if I broke up the fight without him? Oh,
No,
I'm sorry.
No, not you.
Ah,
Did you ever see Mr. Peterson break up fights without having anybody to help him? Did he do it alone?
yes, yes.
You saw that. Did you ever see him shy away from any violent encounters?
No, never.
Did you ever see him act like he wasn't courageous? Do you know what I mean by that?
No. Can you explain a little better?
Yes. Did he ever act like a coward? Somebody who wasn't
No.
willing to jump in?
No,
Did you see just the opposite in him?
exactly. Always he was accountable. When we have any fight, any problem, he was there to help us like a campus monitor and support us.
And on a daily basis, how often would you have contact with Scot Peterson?
I can say every day.
Because there were always issues that came up?
Yes, and because I was part of security, and yes,
Okay. You had different bosses though, right? You got paid by the
Yes.
school, yes? And
Yes,
you got paid
that is
by the
correct.
police department, correct?
If I get paid for the police department, no, I get paid. Oh, I'm sorry.
You got paid by the school, correct?
Exactly.
That's who your employer was, correct?
Yes, yes,
You do know Scot Peterson's voice, correct?
yes.
How is it that you know Scott's voice?
Well, working with him daily, I recognize his voice anywhere, in the phone, in the radio. Even if he's behind me talking, I know it's Deputy Peterson. It's coming behind me.
How often would you hear him talk on the school radio, for example?
Every time when we need him, he was in the radio.
Okay. So back to February 14, 2018, where were you when the alarm went off?
I was in the second floor above front office is 100 building, 200 building in the hallway.
All right, and I failed to specify. There was an alarm earlier that day, correct?
Yes, that day in the morning, we have a fire drill, and we did all the procedure when we have a fire drill. We went out, we wait for everybody go out and clear the hallways and rooms and come back again.
So I was referring to the second fire alarm that went off that day.
Yes.
Okay. Did you think that there was anything really serious when the fire alarm went off?
No.
How come?
The second one, no.
How come not the second one?
Because we have a student like for a month or 2 months. At the same time, he was pulling off the alarm and was false alarm. Just he did it for fun. And that was very confused to everybody, including myself. We have already the fire rate in the morning, and we have the second one that don't make sense.
Did I hear you correctly that there was a student who was just pulling the fire alarm? Is that what you were saying?
Yes,
So you
yes,
thought,
that is correct.
is that what came
Yes.
to mind as one of the possibilities? Yes?
Yes, that was come in my mind. Oh my God, again, the student pull off the alarm for hobby. Yes.
When did it occur to you that this was something more severe?
When I heard Deputy Peterson call red, please, everybody go back. This is the time I realized that was serious. That was a joke.
I see you getting emotional. How come?
Because it's hard. And it's like I remember him calling in the radio, call red, and I remember his voice was emotional. He was like his regular voice. He was in shock, and he was like advise everybody go back because this is something serious. This is not a joke.
Did I hear you correctly that you heard him say, code red, everybody needs to go back? That's what you said?
That is correct. That I heard in my radio, and was Mr. Peterson because I recognize his voice.
And the way that go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I cut you off. Go ahead now.
When I saw him the next week in Chris Hickson funeral service, I approached him and I say thank you because he.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, Ms. Dragos, ask your next question.
So
I'm sorry.
The way that he said, code red, everybody go back, describe how did his voice sound to you?
He sounds like he was worried. That was real. He was like a worry to everybody, go back because that was serious and we need to be covered because we get training in code red. We need to be inside in the room.
Now, after Scott orders code red, everybody go back, what did that mean to you in terms of what was supposed to happen with each of the students in that school?
My duty was to to take all these people that was in the hallway, take it back to the safety place, and everybody be, covered and be safe and well.
And did there come a time that you were ever spoken to by any investigators about what you had heard and what Scot Peterson had said over the school radio?
Yes.
No, that's overruled, and the witnesses answered the question. Go ahead, sir.
And did you tell those investigators what you told us today, that Scot Peterson ordered the code red?
Yes, I did.
And he ordered everybody get back into, everybody needs to go back? You told investigators that?
Yes, I did.
The way that you heard him say it, did you believe that he was trying to help save lives?
Yes.
Did you see my client after February 14, 2018?
Yes, I saw him in Chris Hickson.
Well, that's a yes or no question. So
Yes.
that's overruled.
Go
She's
ahead.
answered the question. Go
Where
ahead,
did
sir. Ask your
you
next
see
question.
him and when?
I saw him in Chris Hickson funeral, and I approached him to say thank you to save me and the students.
Well, at this point, it's sustained. Ma'am, just listen to the lawyer's question and answer his question, okay? She's answered the question.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Was hearing my client say, code red, everybody needs to go back, the only thing that you heard him say on the radio that day?
Yes.
Was there any further conversation that my client had on the radio with anybody else that you heard?
At that moment, I was worried, to take care of the student that was in the hallway.
Yes.
Maybe he says something, but really I don't hear anything because everybody was screaming and yelling in the hallway and was hard to hear.
So I'm fast forwarding a while later. Were you still monitoring your school radio? Yes or no? Were you still monitoring?
Yes,
everything?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Did you ever hear him have any discussions with Assistant Principal Morford?
yes. He requests to Mr. Morford go to the camera
Hold on,
rooms.
no, you're asking her what Mr. Peterson said.
Yes.
All right, no, that's not hearsay. That's overruled. Go ahead, man. You can say it again?
Objection is a self-serving hearsay.
No, that's overruled. Go ahead, man. You can answer the question.
Yes, he requests to Mr. Morford to go to the camera rooms to see what he can see in the cameras
When you
in the
say he-
building.
When you say he, you're saying Scot Peterson.
Yeah, Deputy Peterson requesting the radio to Mr. Morford go to the camera rooms.
Okay. And that was your understanding to watch surveillance to try to find out where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And you're certain, of course, that was what my client said to Mr. Morford, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
And the final area I want to cover with you is, even before February 14, 2018, you know the layout of the school because you've been there for 20 years, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Have there ever been times where you've heard sounds, loud sounds, and not been able to discern where they're coming from?
Yes.
Explain to the jurors those circumstances and what happened.
This is a big school, and it's very hard when we have especially when we have a fight or something, to locate it. Where is that screaming coming from? Because is the echo is so, how to say, it's too much echo, and it's very hard to find the point where this coming, that sounds, the original place.
The echo that you speak of, would that be including the area between the 700 and 800 building?
Yes, yes.
Would it include that hallway right there?
Yeah, that hallway is a lot echo, yes.
Would it also include the area around the 1200 and 700 building?
Yes.
Are there times?
More in 7 and 8 than 12 and 13, Jim. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there are times, though, that you've heard loud noises, and have there been times where you don't even know whether it's coming from the left or from the right? Yes?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And so that if you just went to the right, you'd literally be guessing, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay. Nothing further. Anna, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
you're welcome.
All right, state cross-examination, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ramos. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you, and you?
I tend to speak pretty quickly. If you need me to slow down, just please let me know.
Thank you.
Now, when you were working at Marjory Stoneman Douglas back in 2018, you knew that Scot Peterson was the assigned Broward Sheriff's Office School Resource Officer for your school, right?
Yes,
And as a security monitor, you didn't carry a firearm, right?
no,
In fact, only Mr. Peterson had a firearm on campus, correct?
that is, yes.
Now, when the fire alarm went out, were you inside of a room or were you outside the hallway of the 100 building?
I was outside in front of Media Center, outside in the hallway.
Okay. Was the fire alarm was loud though, correct? Kind of like an 8 out of 10?
Yes, 8.
8 out of 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to say yes or no for the record, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Now, when you heard, or when the fire alarm was going off, was there a lot of people speaking over the radio? The school radio?
Well, when we have the rule, when the fire alarm come, not everybody need talk at the same time, only the AP. Because if everybody talk, it's a chaos. But yes, that day was different.
On that day, let me ask you this, on that day, a lot of people were speaking over the radio, correct?
Yes,
Did you hear Elliot Bonner over the radio?
no, I'm not,
You never heard Elliot Bonner announce a code red?
no.
Did you hear Assistant Principal Porter call a code red over the PA system?
Because I was in the hallway, we don't have a speaker in the hallways. I never heard him call red. The only thing I heard from Porter was we need to go out when the alarm come off.
So you heard him say
Evacuate.
evacuate.
Yes,
Where were you when that call came out from AP Porter?
I was in the same place by Media Center, second floor, hallway.
In the hallway. So
Yes, I was walking to go for 100 because I need to check all my buildings assigned to make sure everybody go out.
Okay, so you heard over the loudspeaker, Mr. Porter say evacuate, but you never heard over the loudspeaker, Mr. Porter say code red. Is that correct?
I heard Mr. Porter say in the radio, but not in the speaker because we don't have speakers in the hallways,
Understood.
in the old building.
How many other people over the school radio did you hear call out or mention code red?
The only person that day I heard was Deputy Peterson.
Did you hear Coach Aaron Feist over the radio?
Yes,
And I'm sorry, you can take a moment, Ms. Ramos. If you,
it's okay. Yes,
did you hear Coach Feist, did he say something over the radio?
yes.
What did he say?
We have a call before in the radio. They say something happened in the 1200 building. Sounds like a firecracker. And I heard like a minute after he said, that don't sound firecracker. This is something else.
So you heard Coach Feist say, this doesn't sound like firecrackers, this is something else.
Yes.
Now, you testified when Mr. Eiglarsh was asking you questions that your duty was to get the students out of the hallway. That was your job.
Yes.
And you did that to protect your students.
Yes.
You took action to keep them out of the hallways.
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that AP Morford, Jeff Morford, was told to go to the camera room by Mr. Peterson.
That is correct. Yes.
Jeff Morford also told Mr. Peterson to look at the 1200 building, correct, over the radio? Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
So Mr. Peterson told Morford 1200 building.
Yes.
How soon after, and you can estimate this for me, Ms. Ramos, how soon after the fire alarm went off did Mr. Peterson tell Assistant Principal Morford that? You can estimate for me.
Like maybe 5 minutes. I really,
That's okay.
I don't remember.
I'm not going to hold it to you. I'm not going to hold it to you. Hold it against you. I'm just asking. 5 minutes. Okay.
or can be more, because really that was a lag. I don't know. Sorry.
Are you familiar with the video system at the school?
No,
You're not, okay.
I never use it.
No, okay.
No.
Now, the school radio that you used, was it the type that you have to charge?
Yes.
Okay, when did you charge it? When did you,
Every night.
so you did it at night, not while you were at work?
No, because I charge it at my house. Well, at that point, I think I need to leave it in the office. No, I bring the radio home and I charge it at home.
Is that so that when you're at school and if something comes over the radio, you're going to have the radio right near your ear?
Exactly. Yes.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Eiglarsh about the 700, 800, and there's an echo. And you were explaining a previous situation where you heard that echo.
Yes.
All that? In that previous situation, or in any situation when you were a security monitor, if there was the echo, did you move towards the sound of whatever was going on to figure out what was going on?
Yes.
Was it common sense to move when you can't hear something?
Yes. To look from where is that sounds coming from.
And why is that important?
Because I need to identify from where is that sounds coming and the problem, and is a fight or anything else? Yes.
Has there ever been a situation where you heard an echo, where you heard a noise, and you just stayed put for 48 minutes?
Can you repeat?
Was there ever a
45 minutes?
situation? I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You got it.
Yes.
The microphone's on.
Sorry, my fault. Was there ever a situation when you were a security monitor during a fight or any other incident on campus where the echo was affecting you being able to hear, but you stood in the same spot for 48 minutes?
No.
Because you went to the sound of whatever was going on.
Yes.
The school radio dispatch, that is not recorded, correct?
Yes. It's not recorded.
Aaron Feist was not armed that day, correct?
No. He was
Was Chris Hickson armed that day with a firearm?
no.
Was Brian Stobley armed with a firearm?
No.
Was David Taylor, another security monitor, armed with a firearm?
No.
Was Kelvin Greenleaf, the security specialist, was he armed with a firearm?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Based on that, I
You're
need your
welcome.
rest. Go ahead, sir.
Can I log out?
Yep, hold on, man. Couple more
Oh,
questions.
okay. I'm sorry.
You'll be done quickly, Ms. Ramos. Just a few more questions, okay? Are you certain that it was my client who brought up the 1200 building first, or could it have been Mr. Morford who brought up the 1200 building as he's reviewing the videotape?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Yes. We can ask Mr. Morford, but I want to ask you, ma'am. Are you certain that it was my client who brought up the 1200 building first to Mr. Morford, or could it have been
Yes.
Mr. Morford? You're certain it was that, okay? And in
Yes.
spite of my client bringing that up to Mr. Morford, did you ever hear my client say he was certain that shots were coming from inside the 1200 building, or did it indicate to you that he wasn't sure and he needed him to?
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And when the prosecutor brought up a scenario about an echo, There was never a situation, was there, where for 48 minutes you couldn't tell precisely where the sound was coming from, right?
Yes, that is correct.
There were
You can.
times where you were limited in time, but you had to stand still until you had more stimulus, more something to let you know whether to turn left or right or go straight or go backwards, correct?
Yes.
And that's because of the unique echo that exists in that area, correct?
Yes.
And finally, while the prosecutor did say there were a number of people talking over the school radio that day, you remember when he asked you about that?
Yes.
And you did hear other people's voices, correct?
Yes.
Are you 100% certain that you heard my client order the code red and order everybody to get back?
Yes, I heard Deputy Peterson call red, everybody go back.
Thank you.
I am 100% sure.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. All the best to you. Thank you.
State, based on that, any recross?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, defense, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Em, you're all set. Thank you very much. I appreciate your
Okay,
patience.
thank you.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
gonna
thank
end
you.
the video call at this point.
Bye.
Okay, State, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, let's start with the next witness.
Yeah, we're going to call a shorter witness.
Go ahead.
The state would call Captain DeRosa.
So if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, if you can just stop and look at me, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. Sir, once you're seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all
Yes.
the way up as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Sure. Edmund DeRosa, EDMOND, DEROSA.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain DeRosa.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you work.
My name is Captain Edmund DeRosa. I work with the Coral Springs Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Coral Springs Police Department?
19 years.
Can you give the jury a little bit of a summary about your time at the Coral Springs Police Department, the different units that you've been assigned to?
Sure. I started off in road patrol, as we all do. Became a field training officer and was a CIT coordinator. I basically ran the CIT program for our department. Brought up to the Detective Bureau after that. Also joined the SWAT team as a hostage negotiator. Later became the team leader of the hostage negotiation team. Became a founding member of what we call the BEAR unit, the Burglary Enforcement and Reduction Unit, and was then promoted after a 6-month stint in that unit to the rank of sergeant. Was a sergeant on midnights for a period of time. Was then sent to our Detective Bureau as the sergeant in charge of property crimes, which is basically crimes that are residential burglary, vehicle burglary, auto theft, things of that nature. After that, was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, serving on road patrol again on the day shift. Then became our health and safety officer during COVID, looking after the officers and civilians in our department, helping them in the event that they were ill. And then promoted to captain. I was first over our midnight shift, and now I serve over our day shift.
There are so many acronyms in law enforcement. What is CIT?
Critical Incident Team, or Crisis Intervention Team, I'm sorry.
And what are some of your responsibilities when you're participating as a part of the team for CIT?
For CIT, we mainly handle mental illness calls, go to calls and try to assist those there. and help the families get resources if they need them.
Now, back in February of 2018, what was your role at the department?
I was the supervisor in charge of our property crimes unit.
And explain for the members of the jury, if you could, on February 14th, where were you that day?
I was at the 7200 block of Sample Road, which is Coral Springs High School. I was assisting two of my detectives in locating a suspect that was believed to be involved with a series of arsons that were being committed in the city.
Were you interviewing students at the time?
The school had not lit out, but there was somebody out in front of the school, which the detectives believed that could be the potential suspect. They made contact with that individual, and we obtained his identification.
Did something notify you to the fact that there was something happening at Stoneman Douglas at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Once I received the identification from the individual, I returned back to my unmarked unit and began to try to run the person what we call our 2-channel or information channel. We use this channel primarily to verify someone's identity and determine if we have any history with them or any warrants for their arrest.
And what happens?
While I was waiting to provide the information on the person that I had, I was informed by the dispatcher on our 2-channel that they were receiving multiple calls from MSD reference to shots being fired.
What did you do in response to that information?
Typically, when we hear something that says they're getting multiple reports, we believe it to be true, and the demeanor of the dispatcher kind of changed, so I knew that she was concerned. I exited my vehicle and provided the information back to my detectives, informed them of the shooting, and then returned to my vehicle and headed to Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
How far were you approximately from Stoneman Douglas?
Maybe 4 or 5 miles.
Approximately how long did it take you to get there?
I would say around 3 minutes.
When you arrived on scene, and let me ask, do you recall what time you arrived on scene?
I don't. I'm sorry.
When you arrived on scene, had the shooting already stopped?
Yes, I didn't hear any shots when I arrived on scene.
Now, describe for the jury what happens when you arrive.
I arrived on what is Pine Island Road or Coral Springs Drive in our city, but it's Pine Island Road in Parkland. I wasn't too familiar with the campus, so I parked on the southeast side because I saw a number of units going in that location. I exited my vehicle and retrieved my equipment and then made my way to the front of the school.
What happens when you make your way towards the front of the school?
We encountered a locked door, locked front gate. I met up with several other officers there and formed a small group and waved to a deputy that we saw on the interior side of the school to open the door for us.
The deputy that you saw on the interior was, I'm sorry, where was he standing?
To the left, and I believe that was the administration office. I was familiar with that one location in the school because I had been to it before.
Okay, just a moment. I'm showing you what's already in evidence as defense F. It's a map of the school, and Judge, I apologize for blocking you.
No, that's fine, go ahead.
Give you a moment to orient yourself with this map.
Okay, so there's, okay, I'm good.
Okay, so when you arrived, you said that you pulled up. Could you please show the members of the jury where it was on this map?
Oh, sure. So I believe I parked right around here.
And at the time that you parked, did you know which direction you were headed?
Most of the activity and most of the officers were going to the north, so that's where I went.
Now, as you're driving to the school, you're under the understanding that there is a possible active shooter on campus, correct?
Yes, that was my belief.
Explain for the members of the jury how the sound of gunfire would have altered what you did when you arrived on school.
If there was a sound of gunfire, I immediately would have went to where the sounds were originating from.
Because there was no sound of gunfire, explain for the members of the jury what you did next.
Well, I still had an urgency to get inside the school because I wanted to go in to try to either render aid or locate the individual that was responsible for the shooting. And since I arrived there and there was a gate, I decided to form a team, group of individuals, because I had that time to do so. If I didn't, I would have just gone in.
What happens once you form your team and you start to move through the campus?
The deputy that was there, I didn't know who it was at the time. I later learned that it was Lieutenant DeVita. I asked him to kind of guide us. The information that I had from dispatch at the time was a tall building inside the school. I asked him to direct us to where the incident had occurred. He said that he believed it was towards the north. We started making our way, but we were going to clear buildings as we went, and we were actually flagged down by, I think it was either an administrator or a teacher at another building to our right.
And what happens once you were flagged down?
We went into that building, the group of us, and we basically cleared or searched that building for anything that would be a stimulus or the suspect.
While you're searching that building, do you come into contact with anyone?
While inside there, I believe the administrator that was present said that he believed that somebody might have been upstairs on what was basically a balcony because it was a theater. There was a very narrow winding staircase leading up to that, and myself and Detective Schroy went up that stairway and we located an individual on the balcony.
Do you recall which one of the buildings on the map that I just showed you was the auditorium?
If you showed it to me.
If I showed you the map, would it assist?
Yes, please.
Telling you again, states F.
Yes, I believe it would be building number 8. Okay, stand up. I believe it was that building there.
Okay, so you're heading north through the campus.
Correct.
And you cleared building 8, or began to clear building 8.
Correct.
Where in building 8, it doesn't have to be specific,
Okay.
but where within the building, if you recall, was this student?
If I can remember correctly, I know it's not, it would have been up in here because I believe the staircase was right towards the front doors.
And what happens when you encounter that student?
We ordered him to the staircase, we brought him downstairs, we searched him, detained him, handcuffed him, and tried to identify who he was.
Ultimately, was that the shooter?
We weren't sure at the time, ultimately no, but given the circumstances, we detained him. I left the detective there monitoring him, and then we exited.
When you exited building 8, which direction did you head in?
We came out again through the doors and then proceeded west, and then came around this corner and then proceeded down the corridor.
And what building were you heading towards?
This large building up here, number 12.
What happens as you are approaching building 12?
We are going down what is basically a large corridor, a breezeway, and we could see, individuals, officers, and people going back and forth. And as we're getting closer, I recognized a deputy in the breezeway.
Who was the deputy that you recognized?
Deputy Scot Peterson.
How did you know who Scot Peterson was?
When I was a detective in the property crime unit, not as a supervisor, I was assigned cases in the north end of the city. And our north end of the city borders Parkland. A lot of times my cases either had witnesses or suspects that were Marjory Stoneman Douglas students, unfortunately. And I would contact him to get information on those students or to arrange interviews with those students.
Where was Deputy Peterson standing when you saw him?
He was standing in the breezeway sort of towards the center.
May I use the overhead?
Yeah, give me one second.
Okay. Deputy, you should see on the screen shortly. I'm showing you what is already in evidence as State 16, composite 1 of 3.
Is it on? Is the overhead on? This one?
Yes. There we go. Okay. The east side of the 1200 building, facing the breezeway. Give me just a moment. Now this angle is facing south. Do you recall where Deputy Peterson was standing?
You see where that metal gate is, sort of like behind that gate there where, can I get up and kind of,
Yeah, you
Point
can
it.
actually mark on the screen.
oh, I can mark on the screen.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, so I just use my finger?
Yeah, Ms. Gomes, you want to use the erase function from the
Yes, I
previous
will
use?
do
that.
to
Oh, okay.
Show the witness how to do it.
Okay, you can go ahead and mark.
Okay. So, oh,
Oh, I'll select the pen feature for you. Go ahead.
so right around there.
Okay, thank you. And I am now showing you what is in evidence as State 17, Composite 2 of 2. I'll orient you to the 1200 building. If you could just show us where Deputy Peterson was standing, and I'm going to zoom in
Okay.
on this photograph. And I'll clear your mark. Here. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Oops. And if you could point for the members of the jury where the 1200 building is, just again for clarification. And looking at this photograph, where would the football field be?
Oh, I believe it's to the west.
Okay, let me show you this photograph here. Showing you defense F.
Okay.
You could point out for the members of the jury.
I believe this is the football
Okay,
field.
so that's on the east.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you arrived, Deputy Peterson was standing in that location outside of the 1200 building. Approximately how many feet would you say that location where he was standing is from the 1200 building?
60, 70 feet.
Now you see him standing approximately 60 to 70 feet from the 1200 building. What is he doing?
When I came in touch with him?
Yes.
Okay, he was on his radio trying to relay a message or something. I couldn't make out what. But he was standing there and he was looking in the direction of the 1200 building.
And did you say anything to him?
I did. I said, Scott, I said, what's going on? Where do we need to go?
Why were you asking him?
He was the school SRO, or at least he was when I was a detective, so I believed he was still the school SRO at the time. So I was asking him information because I felt if he knew, if anybody would know, he would know.
And what did he say?
He said it was somewhere, he pointed in the direction of the 1200 building, said somewhere over here or in that general area.
Based on him pointing you in the direction of the 1200 building, what did you do next?
Myself and Detective Schroy, seeing all the activity around the 1200 building, there's a stairway to the left, probably like right around there. And we went up the stairway, cleared the landing, and then looked across to see if we could have a better vantage point, to see if we could see movement in the windows or anything that could be of use.
And during this, have you heard any gunshots?
No.
What happens next?
Seeing no real vantage from that area because the blinds were drawn in many of the classrooms, and honestly, I couldn't even see in the ones that the blinds were sort of open. We decided to go back down the stairs. I had another officer with me, Jeff Danak. I told him to stay at that location, and then myself and Detective Schroy moved up to the 1200 building on the east side. So we went from there to there.
Why did you guys make the decision to change your approach or to stop what you were doing and do something else?
Well, we could see the activity at the 1200 building. We really weren't going to serve much of a purpose where we were at. We felt that could be more useful there.
What happens when you move towards the 1200 building?
There was a group of officers inside the stairwell already, mix of Coral Springs and I believe some BSO. And I saw my captain at the time was Captain Gallagher, who's now Deputy Chief Gallagher. But I saw him there and I asked him if there's anything I should be doing or anything that he needed. He said no, we were to stand where we were because there was already officers inside the building.
Was Deputy Peterson still standing in his same location when you went back to the 1200 building after leaving the 700 building?
When I came back the stairs was the last time I saw him and he was still there, and then I went across to the 1200.
Okay. So he did not enter the 1200 building with you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
When you were in, tell me what happened next.
We were told not to move because the officers already being in the building. We're huddled in this stairwell. And I don't know who, but somebody had a radio on and it was giving us updated information because they were looking at some sort of video saying that the shooter was inside the stairwell, was changing clothes, and was going to be coming down. At that point, we were preparing for an engagement with that individual. So we were all kind of pointing our guns up the stairs, waiting for him to come down.
Did the shooter ever come down the stairs?
No, it was kind of, it was strange because we were standing there and we're getting these updates and we're thinking, okay, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And then all of a sudden it was, he's westbound through the courtyard and mixed in with students. And we all just kind of looked at each other like, what is going on? And then, no, he didn't come back. He didn't come
So
back.
did you later learn that the shooter had actually managed to leave the 1200 building?
Yes.
And nobody had reported that he left the 1200 building?
Nobody within our group saw anyone leaving that matched that description. No.
Did you later find out that the video that was being watched was actually delayed?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can you explain that?
So once we realized he wasn't any longer in the building, somebody had to advise that there was a significant time delay in what they were viewing and what was going on real time. At that point, I took another small group of individuals and we tried to follow the path that the shooter would have taken, leading us all the way out to the canal, which ran parallel with the Sawgrass Expressway on the south side of the school.
So to be clear, once you realized that the shooter had left the building, you attempted to run in that direction?
Correct.
Which direction did you run in?
We ran, so we came from the stairwell and then proceeded down this corridor, or this breezeway, and then out towards that way.
Heading towards the football field?
Correct.
Are you running? Are you walking?
We're moving very quickly because we already knew that we had officers here and we pretty much had officers up here as well. So we went at a very fast pace down that alleyway there.
Approximately how many officers were with you?
I believe 4 to 5. I couldn't remember everybody's names. I know Detective Troy was with me and I know Officer Crawford, Chris Crawford was with me.
Was Deputy Peterson with you?
No.
What happens as you're running, attempting to catch up with the shooter?
We get to that canal bank. At that point, we make a decision that the shooter either went east back towards Pine Island Road, which there was a significant law enforcement presence there, or went west, which would have taken him out to Coral Ridge Drive, to the parking lot of a Walmart, 6001 Coral Ridge. At that point, I advised on the radio that we weren't going to continue our pursuit because ultimately we were so far behind him, we didn't see anybody on the canal bank. But I did alert officers at the Coral Ridge to try to detain any students there because the shooter may be among them.
Was the shooter ultimately caught by law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you know how?
He was detained a little south of that Walmart location, I believe, by officers while he was walking in the street.
What happens once the shooter is detained? Do you remain on campus, and what do you do?
I do. Once we left the canal bank, myself and some of the members that were with my group, we returned back to the main campus and we started clearing classrooms as well as evacuating students.
Explain how many students you came into contact, ballpark, and what your interactions were like with the students.
It was about 50 to 60. I couldn't give you an exact number, but mainly it was fear that they were experiencing. A lot of them didn't believe that we were police officers. A lot of them were afraid to open the door. So, yeah, it was definitely traumatic. You could see that they were traumatized.
Judge, permission to publish what's already in evidence as states 6F9.
Does this require the TVs to be off?
Yes, please.
All right, we're gonna do that and then we'll probably stop for a lunch break.
I'll be done after that.
Okay, that'll be fine. Court Deputy Unic, we need all the TVs off, please. good?
The group of law enforcement officers that you were with?
When I first entered, yes.
Okay. And if you recall, what are you all doing in this moment?
We're coming down that breezeway approaching the 1200 building.
Can you explain to, as we just saw in that video, explain to the members of the jury what moving with purpose means?
We basically trying to get to a location a little bit quicker than what you would do normally. So you basically have a reason for going to where you're going, and you have a purpose in mind to getting there.
And last question, explain for the members of the jury what it means to have motion to engage.
So when we move, especially around corners or places where we're not sure what's on the other side, we don't just like bump up to a corner and then poke our head out and try to ascertain what's going on. The training that I received and what we do typically as a department is what we call cutting the pie. So basically we approach a corner, not right up on top of it, but from an angle. That way we're seeing what's on the other side of the wall before the bad guy sees us. So when we're doing that, we're constantly, it's like a fluidity of motion. We approach, we cut the pie, and then we go. The other officers may stack up onto the wall until we've cleared that pie, but it's always a range of motion in which we're moving.
And is there a way to move with purpose and move to engage if you're alone?
Yes.
I have nothing else, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna press pause at this point. I'm gonna send you to lunch. When we come back from the lunch break, we'll resume with the cross-examination of the witness. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you will leave your notepads in your chairs, I'm gonna ask you please be back at the jury room at let's call it 1:50 p.m. 1:50 p.m., 150, okay? Have a good lunch. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. State anything you need me to address before we recess for the lunch break. Defense, anything you need me to address?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sir, you can talk to anyone you want about anything you want, just not your testimony in this
Yes, sir.
case. It's just like you're on the witness stand. Have a good lunch. I'll see
All
you
right.
at 1:50 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
1:50 p.m. Okay, we'll be in recess until 1:50 p.m. I hope everyone has a nice lunch. State versus Scot Peterson, 19-7166 CF10A. I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killen, and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I have Mr. Iglarsh present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. The witness is back on the witness stand. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, anything you need me to address before we resume? Defense, anything you need me to address before we proceed with your cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Okay, I will let you all know, over the lunch break, I had some further communication with the employer of juror number 6. My communications have now escalated to the head of their legal department, who I found out is in Florida, in the state of Florida. So I'm working on that, and I will keep you posted. And I might mention that to the juror at the end of the day today. By my calculation, we won't reach day 10 of the trial till Friday, and the juror's being paid with no punishment or PTO time being lost up till Friday. So I plan on having a resolution of that issue prior to that. Okay, please bring the jury back in. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get those notepads back out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. When we took our lunch break, we had just concluded with the direct examination of the witness. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. We'll now pick it up with the cross-examination of the witness. Mr. Iglarsh, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Captain.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful to see you again.
Thank you.
We met back on June 27, 2022, when I had the privilege of questioning you at our deposition, correct?
Yes, through Zoom, right?
It was through
Yes.
Zoom, correct. And you've had a chance to refresh your recollection by reading through the deposition, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you've spoken with the prosecutors in preparation for your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I understood your testimony correctly, you are a captain with Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
That is correct.
And you served amongst many places as one of the leaders in the SWAT unit?
No, the crisis negotiation team, the hostage negotiators.
Got it. I think I combined that. You were on the SWAT team, correct?
Yeah, we're a part of the SWAT team, yes.
Got it. And now, prior to arriving to the scene of Marjory Stoneman Douglas, you would have then been monitoring your police radio, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you remember doing that, correct?
Yes.
Your police radio is different than BSO's police radio, correct?
Yes.
You were aware at the time, and you're aware now, that those radios are separate, correct?
I'm aware now.
Okay. Did you not know at the time that when you spoke into your police radio that BSO deputies couldn't hear what you had to say?
I didn't know at the time, no.
You didn't? Okay. And did you also then not know that whatever dispatch was saying to you could not be heard by BSO deputies? Did you know that?
Not at the time. I had assumed that we were patched.
Okay. Well, that's important, right? You later learned that that wasn't the case, that the radios were not patched, correct?
Correct.
So that meant whatever you knew, you assumed was known by my client and other BSO deputies, correct?
Yes.
And certainly no one in real time while you're on the scene ever told you, hey, BSO is not patched with Coral Springs, correct?
No, I think when I got to the 1200 building and that stairway, that's when I kind of figured it out.
Okay, but that was way after the shooting had stopped,
Yes.
correct? Yes?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
All right. So if you were monitoring your radio on the way to the high school, you then knew that there was an active shooter as you were coming to the school, correct?
Yes, like I testified earlier, I was on 2 channel. When I started heading towards Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, I was more worried with getting there as quickly as possible, so I failed to switch over back to our main channel. So I lost a lot of some of the dispatches that were brought across the area.
Okay, so let me just find out what you remember hearing. Did you know that the lines were blowing up, that people were calling into Coral Springs Police Department?
No, it didn't come over 2 channel, I don't believe.
Did you know that all the cellular calls being made by frightened children inside the 1200 building were going to Coral Springs and not BSO?
I learned that later on after the fact.
Did you know that Burton had made an announcement that we're looking for a white male? Did you know that?
I remember hearing a description of an individual given over the air. I didn't know if it was Tim Burton or not.
Okay. And the description that you knew when you arrived on the scene, or prior to arriving on the scene, was you're looking for a white male in an ROTC uniform, correct?
It was a white male, red shirt, black pants. That's what I recall.
Got it. And also, Burton had announced over the Coral Springs radio that you thought was patched with BSO, that the shooter was last seen in the 3-story building, north parking lot. Do you remember him announcing that?
I remember the 3-story building. I don't recall him saying the north parking lot if it was him.
Okay. Did you also know that there were 3 victims down in room 1216 in the freshman building? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
So is it possible then that they said that, but you either have divided attention, right?
It's possible. Like I said, I was on a different channel. I did switch over, I think when I got to Westview and Coral Springs Drive, which is Pine Island, but I may have missed those in the midterm. Also, my focus was traveling at the rate of speed that I was traveling, was trying not to get in an accident on the way there.
Of course, of course. So it would be unfair to say, well, because it was said on the Coral Springs radio, you must have heard it. That would be unfair to say, right?
For me, must to have heard it, I would have to say yes, that's fair.
Okay. Do you recall ever learning that in real time at 2:39, and this would have been 2 minutes before your arrival, hey, we need to get these radios patched?
Objection, counsel testifying as to the time you arrived.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, Mr. Igosh.
You
Ask
did
another
testify on direct that at 2:41, that's when you were running down the breezeway?
I don't remember saying an exact time, no.
Okay, I probably got it from the video.
Okay.
Did you watch the video? When they were playing the video of you guys?
Yeah, there's like a
coming down?
timestamp,
Yeah,
right?
did you remember what the timestamp said on top?
Not off the top of my mind, no, I'd have to
Can
see
we
it.
Can we run that? Okay, so I'll move on, but I do want that played. So if we can get that.
Do you want to grab it and hand it to us?
Yeah, absolutely. Does the clerk know which one it is? I'm not sure which one it is.
Matt, Ms. Wilcox is not gonna know what item of
Whatever
evidence
you
was
want.
played.
I'm not sure what you want.
She's got all the evidence.
It's the video of them running down the breezeway. This witness that was played on direct. State 6. Is it one of these? Do do I just search?
In the envelope.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, can I bring that to you? And you'll look for it? All right. We'll get it,
Okay.
the time will be on top,
Right.
right? Okay, because you don't know what it is offhand.
No,
correct?
not off the top of my head.
You do know that the last shots were fired some 14 minutes before you even got there, correct?
I didn't know that at the time, no.
But you had a sense, did you not, of the shots having been fired?
Yeah, there was no shots that I heard when I was on scene, so I assumed that they had come prior to my arrival.
Got it. So even though there had been a description of a white male wearing a, I think you said red shirt, could they have said burgundy shirt, or was it?
It's a
red?
possibility.
Okay, and black pants, you didn't ever think for a second, okay, so we're dealing with just one shooter on this campus, correct?
No, typically we use the +1 rule.
Explain for the jurors who may not have heard, but what is the +1 rule?
Typically when going into a incident like this, we like to believe that there's always potential likelihood of another individual or suspect. That way we keep alert and we stay aware even if we've detained somebody, because we don't want to be caught with our back to someone that may have a potential weapon.
So even when you have, hypothetically, real-time intelligence, I think there may be a shooter in that building, you're still thinking, hey, there could be multiple shooters as well, correct?
Yes, at least one more.
Okay. And if you think there might be 2 or 3, then you add 1 to that, correct?
Yes, you could.
And when you're arriving on the scene, no one had told you it's limited to just 1, correct?
No, when I got to the scene, like I said, I met up with a group of officers that were there. We kind of compared information at that point,
Right.
but as far as we knew, there was 1.
Got it. So you parked on the southeast side of the school, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw some police officers from Coral Springs, correct?
Yes.
And you joined Coral Springs police officers to get into the school, is that correct?
Yes.
And the additional officers that you joined included Detective Schroy, correct?
Yes.
Officer Dejnak, whose name I'm sure I'm not pronouncing properly. How do you say it?
I say it Danak, but I'm sure I'm wrong too.
Potato. Okay. And Detective Danielle Crawford, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so do you all then immediately join forces when you get on campus and storm into the 1200 building?
Well, at that point, we had to be let in by, who was, I later found out was Lieutenant DeVita. He let us in. He joined our group. Since there was no active stimulus for us to engage, we went to where we believed that everybody was going, and we were kind of led in that direction to the north side. We ended up getting flagged down, or we believed we were going to start clearing buildings, but we got flagged down by a school administrator or a teacher at the drama center, and that's when we went into that building.
So let's start the process of clearing buildings, right? The idea is, because you don't know where the shooter or shooters may be located, they could be located anywhere, correct?
At that point, we didn't have enough intelligence to say that the shooter was still at the 1200 building.
So every single building could be a possibility, correct?
At that stage, yes.
Okay, we'll move forward, right? And the situation is fluid.
Correct.
Right? Meaning it changes when you get additional real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes.
So let's start with where you're at. You get there, and every possible building and every corner and every car in a parking lot could possibly...
Well, in that particular instance, when we got to the gate and I saw the deputy come from the one building, I assumed at that point that building was good because he was coming out of it, and we knew the direction that we needed to go was north, so I wasn't so much concerned with what was south or west of us.
Got it. But you do start searching, and you went into, I think it was the band room, was it?
It was like a theater or drama area. It could have been a band room. I'm not
Okay.
too familiar with that
And
building.
you went in there not by yourself, but with a team of officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because as you're opening up any particular door, there could be a shooter to your left, correct?
Yes.
There could be a shooter to your right, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
it's the old.
I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. And there could be shooters in multiple blind spots at different locations, correct?
Yes. Typically, when you enter a large room, it's better to have more people.
I mean, you never train, hey, you know, if you have the option, just go with a single man entry. That's not trained, correct?
It is in an active shooter scenario, yes.
I got you. But typically, that's not your choice because you're more vulnerable that way, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you then moved towards closer to the 1200 building, correct?
Yes.
And my client was not the only officer there, correct?
No, when I got closer, I could see some individuals off to the right. I don't know if they were police officers or school security, but there were some individuals off to the right.
Well, do you remember seeing Carl Springs Officer Best, who was standing right by my client's side?
I don't recall seeing him, no.
Okay. You're not saying that he wasn't there. You're saying you just don't recall seeing him, correct?
Correct.
And what about Officer Burton, who would have been in the parking lot about 40 yards away?
I don't remember seeing him, no.
Okay. That doesn't mean he wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, this was a very stressful scene, correct?
Yes.
You never thought you'd be sitting in a witness chair having to recount, let's see, who was present during this shooting, correct?
It did come to my attention afterwards, yes. But during the scene, I was more focused on solving the problem.
Got it. So the first thing that you do when you get to the area near my client is you take a tactical position of cover, do you not?
Yeah, well, I initially made contact with him, and then I went off to my left. There was a concrete pillar.
Okay. I just want to now discuss, we'll get to the concrete pillar.
Okay.
See if we have it queued up. Great. I just want to know, again, what everything, you agree that times are very relevant.
Mr. Savitsky, everyone can see this, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Times are very relevant in a scenario like this, right?
Well, the time is a factor, yes.
Okay. And are you a detail guy?
What do you
Or
mean,
something?
like go by details?
Yeah.
I try to.
Okay. So let's get the details. I'm gonna have you look at the video again and tell us the time, approximately when you approach my client.
So right around here is where I can
Pause it
see
for a
it.
second. Pause it, please. Who do you see?
Peterson would be directly in front of me at the bottom of the screen. He's out of the camera view.
Okay. So look at the top right. You see the number 9 there? Do you see 9
It's a,
on the pillar? Here.
oh, yes.
Yeah. Would he be, in relation to that, where did you see Peterson?
Just out in front of it. Like I said, he's off camera.
Okay. And you guys are approaching where Peterson is, correct?
Correct.
And so does that 2:41, 2:42-ish represent the approximate time?
Yes, sir.
Can I just say ish because I see 2:41:54.
Right, so we're coming up on 2:42.
Would
So,
that be a fair estimate? I'll use your words.
yes,
2:42?
2:42 is probably when I make
Okay,
contact.
That's good. I'm all set. So 2:42, if the last shot happened at 2:27:35, you're talking about some
Objection, counsel testifying.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Are you good at math?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the last shot,
Objection, counsel testifying.
Yeah, that's sustained.
okay. So at 2:42, you approach my client, and you said that when you mentioned there was a pillar there.
Yeah, it was like concrete wall pillar, yeah.
Okay. And what did you do at that concrete wall?
I took a position behind it while I was communicating with him.
Now, why did you do that?
Obviously, if there's any type of shooting scenario, it's always best to find hard cover as opposed to what we call concealment. The difference being is hard cover can stop a projectile, bullet, or something from hurting you, where concealment can just mask where you were at, but projectiles can still come through it.
If you believed that all the shots were contained within the 1200 building, you wouldn't have had a need to take a position of cover and find a concrete pillar, correct?
Since I didn't know where the shooter was, I wasn't aware of where the shots may come from, so that's why I took my position.
And so one of the scenarios as you get to the scene is you could possibly be subjected to sniper fire at any point, correct?
Yes, I'm not really sure about sniper, but I thought I could potentially be shot at.
Well, yeah, until you eliminate that as a possibility, it has to be plausibly on your list, correct?
Okay. I wasn't thinking that day, no, but
Okay. But just months before that was the Las Vegas shooting, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on the date of that, but I am aware of the incident.
And that involved a sniper, correct?
Yes, it did.
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir.
Another possibility, though, I think you said more plausibly, was that there was shooter or shooters wandering around that area that had guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were worried at any point you could be shot, correct?
Yeah, it didn't enter my mind.
If I can have you take a look at what is Defense Exhibit F. Can you point to the areas that you thought were in play? In other words, did you eliminate that there could potentially be shooters some way west by the football field?
At the point where I made contact with Deputy Peterson?
Yes.
No, when we got up to Deputy Peterson, we had basically ascertained that the shooter was more than likely in that area of the 1200 building.
Okay, so did you believe that there was a possibility that the shooter could be between the 12 and 1300 building?
Not at that point, no.
What did you learn in real time that eliminated that as a possibility at 2:42?
When we arrived up with Deputy Peterson, we could see officers moving back and forth from the 1200 building. I could see people on the west side of that building.
Okay, so at that point, the fact that you saw people on the west side helped narrow down your focus, correct?
Correct.
The absence of people on the west side, again, would have made your scope a lot larger, correct?
It could have, but with the amount of resources that we had to the 1200 building, and based on what Deputy Peterson had advised me, I believe that was our area of concern.
I got you. And did you know whether there were any shooter or shooters located in the parking lot areas?
No,
Was that also a possibility in light of what Burton had announced?
I didn't hear what Burton announced.
Okay. Did you also consider that there could be potential shooters in the surrounding parking areas?
Objection asked and answered.
That's overruled. Go ahead, sir, you can answer that question.
I didn't think so, because again, I saw a large number of personnel in that area, so I
Okay.
didn't think it would be a problem.
Again, because the situation is fluid, again, you're
Yes.
talking about 242, correct?
Right around there, yep.
Okay. When you initially approach my client, you see him with his gun out, correct?
Yes,
And you see him talking on his school radio, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You remember specifically that it was his school radio that you saw him talking on as opposed to his police radio, correct?
Well, I don't want to say it was definitely a thing. He was talking into a radio. It appeared to be a school radio.
Fair enough. Did you know who he was speaking to at that time?
I do not.
Did you know how long he had been speaking to that person prior to you arriving?
I do not.
Do you know what information he obtained prior to you arriving from speaking with someone on his school radio?
No.
How would you characterize my client's demeanor as you approach him?
Frustrated, obviously in stress. We all were.
You all were stressed,
Yeah.
correct? His demeanor was no different than yours, correct?
It didn't appear to be, no.
And or matched the other people on the scene, correct?
With the group that I was with, I thought so.
Without question, unlike this courtroom, that scene was extremely stressful, was it not?
Yes.
Now, after arriving by the 700 building near my client, you couldn't see any gunshot victims at all from where you were standing, correct?
No, not at the time. I was talking with Deputy Peterson. I could see movement, but I wasn't like looking right then and there. I did see them later on.
Okay. But again, from where you're standing and you're just looking, you don't see Aaron Feiss's body on the west side,
No.
correct?
No.
You don't see any other indicators that would suggest that anybody's injured at that point, correct?
I could see people being carried out. I would assume that they were injured, but I didn't see any direct injuries.
If you looked in through the window, did you look into the windows of the 1200 building?
When we went up to the second floor, yes.
Okay, but did you ever look while you were standing there next to my client?
I don't recall, no.
Is it a fact that you never shared any of your real-time intelligence with my client at all while on the scene?
No, I felt that if I had the information, he would have had the information, so I didn't feel it pertinent.
Okay. You're familiar with auditory exclusions, correct?
Yes.
Explain for the jurors what auditory exclusions are.
Sometimes when dealing with a stressful situation, you sometimes block out certain noises or sounds or conversations in order, because your focus is set, so you're kind of blocking out. Like my wife was talking to me the other day as I was reading over my depositions, and I didn't hear what she said, and I had to turn to her and say, "What did you say?" Something like that.
Does that mean I can tell my wife I have auditory exclusion?
Yeah, that's his name. Go ahead, sir, ask your next question.
What about visual exclusions?
It does happen, yes.
What's that?
Yes, it does happen.
Explain, it happens under stressful or calm situations?
Mostly under stress.
Okay. Similar to a scenario like you experienced?
I don't recall having any visual exclusions. I have had them in the past in different incidents.
Explain for the jurors, when you do have visual exclusions, what does that, what occurs?
Your focus is narrowed, so you may lose your peripheral. So it just comes with the territory of trying to focus in on what you're dealing with.
Some of the benefits sometimes could be that you're laser focused on what's in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
But then you don't necessarily see what's in your periphery, correct?
Yes.
So it's possible to miss things in your periphery, but it be unintentional, correct?
That is correct.
And when asked about it later, it could be because of visual exclusion, correct?
It is a possibility.
So you've been trained in active shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when your officers are trained, do you go to a particular location?
We've varied the location over the years. Sometimes it's at a school, sometimes it's at our training facility.
What is the largest area that you use to do active training?
We used a middle school within the city of Coral Springs. I can't recall which year. I believe it was Forest Glen Middle.
And was the whole middle school in play?
Basically, yes.
Did there ever come a time where this training, and again, this is Coral Springs, and I know it's not BSO, but I'm just curious what Coral Springs does. Was there ever a scenario where they said, okay, we're going to make a noise from somewhere, have it echo, and have you guys guess where it's coming from? Did that ever happen?
Yes. With the training that I just mentioned, the Forest Glen Middle, there were shots fired from within the school. We were outside of the school and we had to determine the location.
Okay. And did you ever hear of any training ever done at Marjory Stoneman Douglas specifically?
It's outside of our jurisdiction, so I wouldn't have.
Fair enough. Now, in a scenario, we do know that if you know where the sounds are coming from and you can move towards the sounds, because you have a sense of where the sounds may be, that you move towards the sounds, right? You would
Yes.
agree with that?
Mhm.
That's not in dispute. Imagine a scenario where you don't know whether to move left, right, straight, behind you, okay?
Okay.
Because there's such a pronounced echo that you do not know which way to go, okay?
Okay.
Doesn't happen that often, correct?
Yeah, I've never had experience with it, no.
Got it. But in that type of scenario, assuming that the shots could be in a perimeter that would extend from the 1200 building all the way out to include the football field, which would be hundreds of yards in the westerly direction. Are you with me so far?
Okay.
Okay. And assuming that it would also extend all the way out easterly to cover the east parking lot as well.
Okay.
Okay? And it would also extend north to cover the parking lot area, which is, again, the size of a football field, right? And then also extend that perimeter at least another football field in another direction, and we would call this south, correct?
Okay.
And assuming that somebody is in a position of cover near you, over here by the 7-800 building, okay? And you don't know whether it's left, right, forward, you have no idea. In that scenario, do you go to the right and guess to the right and start the parking lot, looking in the parking lot area? Do you go?
Objection, Judge Counsel.
Well, hold on, he didn't get to the end of the question yet. Go ahead, sir, finish your question.
So that's the first question. Do you guess to just start on the right and just look through a parking lot area if you don't know where the shots are coming from?
So just
No, it's overruled. You may answer the question, sir. Go ahead.
so that I have the scenario correct before I answer. So I'm located where Deputy Peterson was located,
That's correct.
and there's an echoing shot somewhere within that area that you just described.
That large area that I
Okay.
described, hundreds of yards in either direction, everything's at play, including sniper fire, by the way.
But there's no, what are they shooting at?
Don't know.
There's nothing being shot at?
Don't know.
Okay. I would first run to the buildings because more than likely the targets that are available there are what's going to be what they're shooting at. If there's nothing in the parking lot of the football field, I'd go there.
Okay. So let's run with that for a second.
Okay.
You're just picking, let's say we'll pick the 1300 building, okay? Assume for a second it's 73 yards long, right? Do you start at the top of the building?
You mean like the level-wise, you mean?
Oh, I mean, do you go all the way up to the top? Because again, you don't know whether it's sniper fire from up top. You don't know if the shooter's shooting west, east, north, south. So let's start with the 1300 building. Let's say my client runs all
No,
the way.
hold on. Now I'm gonna sustain the objection. Sir, you need to ask the witness a direct question.
Okay. If my client chooses the 1300 building under this scenario, should he start at the top
Sir,
or does he start
the
at?
state's objection is sustained. Now you've moved from hypothetical to what your client should do, not what the witness should do. The state's objection is sustained. You need to ask this
A
witness a question.
hypothetical
Go ahead,
under
sir.
this scenario, would a person begin on the top or at the first floor? What do you recommend?
Well, without any other stimulus or other shots being fired, I would start on the first floor, clearing it as quickly as possible, moving floor by floor until I got to the top.
Okay. You would encourage him, you didn't mention, but you would encourage him to check his radio too, to see if anybody tells him.
Sir, the objection is sustained. There is no he or him. Please ask this witness a question, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
In this hypothetical, a person who's now searching the 1300 building, you recommend that they monitor their police radio to get any additional real-time intelligence, correct?
Well, that's what I said, if there's any other
Hold on, sir.
stimulus.
Objection, Judge, as to relevance to this fictitious person.
Yeah, this is all sustained. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Okay. So after searching on the first floor, do you recommend someone under this
Okay,
hypothetical?
ladies and gentlemen, press pause, Mr. Agros. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step in the back one moment for me, please. Quick restroom break, same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the case. I will tell you when that is. If you step in the back one moment for me, I'll be right back with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated, sir. I'm going to ask you to step out into the vestibule momentarily.
Not a problem.
Okay, I will be right back with you. Again, please don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and I will be right back with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the witness. So, Mr. Agarsh, I want to have this discussion outside the presence of the jury. I don't want it to impact your client's right to a fair trial in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
This witness is not an expert witness. Okay? He is not an expert witness. He's not here to give his opinion on anything. He's a fact witness.
Okay.
And this is going so far afield of what is proper.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, sir.
The state used Polo, Heinrich, Burton, almost every single witness to give their opinion about what my client or a person under that scenario should have done. They all said he should have moved towards the
I
center.
don't agree with you, sir. The state asked those witnesses what they would have done. If they would have asked them to hypothetically analyze what someone else would have done and you objected, I would have sustained that too. But that's not my job to object. That's the lawyer's job.
So if
Okay?
I was-
I rule on objections. Lawyers make objections, okay? So at this point, again, this is a fact witness. If you would like to ask the witness what he would do, but going down this hypothetical road, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Igos. You want me to let the state get up and redirect and ask hypothetical questions as well?
No,
I bet you don't. Because they could start framing their hypothetical question in any manner that they see fit,
Okay.
adding their editorial comments as you have been continuously doing, even though I've admonished you not to do that. So we're going to do it one of two ways. How do you want to do it, sir?
Well, I will do, obviously, I'll follow the rules of the court.
Not my rules.
No, I
It's
understand.
the rules of trial procedure.
I understand. So if you're saying that I can say, what would you do in that scenario? You're saying that I can do that.
If you want to ask this witness why he did what he did, but he never heard any shots. Let me repeat, this is not an expert witness. As far as I'm aware, there have been no expert witnesses called in this case yet. Experts are entitled to give their opinion. Fact witnesses are not.
Fair enough.
But what you have continuously been doing, and what I've admonished you previously outside of the presence of the jury and in front of the jury, is what you're doing right now. Okay, and I can't let you do that, and the state's objecting to it. No different than I could get the state stepping up and redirecting, sir, let me ask you this hypothetically. If you had this training and you were a coward and you were afraid, and how would you best frame your response so as to not be cast in a negative light? I can't let them do that.
I understand. And
So that's what you continuously do, sir, and I've had this discussion with you repeatedly at this point.
Well, I apologize. What I believed, based upon, and I will move forward, I will not do this, is because they asked their previous witnesses about what they would do, what they're trained to do. I thought essentially I'm getting that information from him.
No, why don't you ask him that? What would you do? What were you trained to do? You are labeling a hypothetical question based on a scenario that no one has testified to. I'm fairly certain no one is going to testify to it unless and until your client testifies to it, and that's not fair, sir. That's not fair.
Well, I'm going to move on, Judge, but we're going to have witnesses who will testify.
Okay, well, does this witness know what your witnesses are going to say? That's why we have the rule of sequestration, sir. No witness has any idea what any other witness is going to say. This is fundamental fairness. This is basic stuff.
I'll move along, Judge.
Okay, please bring the witness back in.
Thank you.
Please be seated again. You're still under oath.
Yes.
Please scoot that chair all the way up. Please bring the jury back in. Thank you.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. When we took a quick restroom break, we were in the middle of the cross-examination of the witness. We're going to pick it up right at that point. Mr. Igosh, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on direct examination, you were asked about a conversation. You said that my client thought that one of the possibilities was the 1200 building where the shooter might be located, correct?
Yes.
But he also said to you, and I think your testimony was somewhere in that general area, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it a fact that he didn't say general area, he said somewhere on campus? Do you remember
It was something on the campus or the grounds, something to that effect.
that? Okay. So you remember him saying campus, which again, this campus has 45 acres. You're aware of that or not?
I was not, no.
When my client told you that he didn't know where the shooter or shooters were located precisely, did you think that there was a chance that he was just faking it?
No,
It didn't look like that, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did it appear to you that my client was extremely concerned and trying to do his job professionally?
He did look concerned. He was obviously frustrated that he couldn't get information from a radio, so I thought he was.
Did it look like in real time he was doing everything to the best of his abilities? Yes or no?
Objection, Judge. It calls for an opinion.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
You knew my client from working with him while you were a detective, correct?
Yes.
And how would you characterize him professionally?
Whenever I called him for information about a student at the school, he knew and was able to give me information about that student.
He was helpful and professional to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect? Go ahead.
Just to clear up the one channel, two channel thing, could you
Yes.
explain that to the jury?
Okay, so main channel is typically where we get all the calls for service. So if you were to call 911 and needed help, they would dispatch that information over what we call a main channel. That would be number one. Whenever we're in touch with somebody or need to get information from our dispatch, we don't tie up our main channel because we don't want any calls for 911 to get blocked out. So what we do is we switch to a second channel, which we call our information channel. And then what we have is we ask our dispatch if we're in contact with somebody, we provide their name and information, and we ask if we have any history with them, if they have any warrants for their arrest, or if their information is valid.
Now, can you explain the difference to the jury of being a hostage negotiator that works with the SWAT team as opposed to being, part of the SWAT team that trains with them every week or every 3 weeks?
Right. Hostage negotiator is basically someone that gets called in when we have a barricaded subject or someone that is taking someone hostage, obviously. And we talk with them. We contact them over the phone. We run intelligence for the SWAT team. We try to get as much information we can about the residents, the persons inside, so that they can effectively do their job and we can do ours.
So on February 14th, you were not responding to this scene as a SWAT operator, correct?
No.
You were responding as a regular, and I use air quotes because, as an officer,
Right.
whatever rank that may be, a non-SWAT officer.
Correct.
And as an officer who's not on SWAT, you still had training on how to provide emergency medical
Yes.
and explain to the jury, as a non-SWAT officer, as just an officer of the law, what is that training that you had?
We go through stop the bleed training, which includes tourniquets, our chest seals, and what we do is we learn how to apply those to individuals who suffer wounds that could be life-threatening, such as cuts to arteries or gunshot wounds.
And why is stop the bleed so important?
It's important because every minute counts. Someone can bleed out relatively shortly if a main artery is cut, and the quicker that you apply a tourniquet, the better likelihood you are to save someone's life. Especially on a chest seal as well. If you don't manage to apply a chest seal, someone could die relatively quickly.
Based on your training and experience, is single man entry taught in an active shooter situation?
Yes.
Explain what that is for the jury.
So at the Coral Springs Police Department, we train the single man entry because, again, time is a factor. So if I were to arrive on an incident such as this and I could hear active shots, I would respond to that location as soon as possible, even if I was the only person there.
Now, you took a position of cover next to Peterson, Deputy Peterson. How long were you in that position of cover for?
Not very long, just enough to get the information from him that he provided, and then we proceeded up the staircase to the second floor to check for the windows to see how, if we could get a vantage point from there.
Why did you choose not to remain in that position of cover for a longer period of time?
There was no advantage to me being there. I didn't see any activity to which I can contribute, so that's when we bumped up to the 1200 building.
Why is it that when you arrived on scene, you personally were not aware of where the shots were coming from?
I was not familiar with the campus, and I didn't know where the tallest building on the campus was, so I didn't know where I was going.
Did you have any audible gunshots while you were on campus?
No, I did not.
were asked about your concern about where the shooter could be and all the different ways that you could have been shot. Did your concern that you might be shot stop you from purposely moving through that campus?
No.
Why not?
That isn't my training, and honestly, I was more concerned with eliminating the threat than my own safety.
Did Deputy Peterson tell you himself that the shooter was indicated the 1200 building?
He gestured in that direction, but he did say that it could be somewhere on the grounds.
When he gestured, how did he gesture?
He pointed in the direction of the school. I'm sorry, the 1200 building.
He pointed in the direction of the 1200?
Yes.
You were asked about auditory and visual exclusion. Explain for the members of the jury, when you approached Deputy Peterson, did he physically respond to your presence?
He did.
Was he able to hear your voice?
He was.
Did he appear to be frozen in shock?
No, not from what I could tell.
Is he able to have a conversation with you?
Yes, he answered the questions that I asked.
And after you had that interaction with Deputy Peterson, either before or after, you did see him also actively using his radio, correct?
I saw him trying to use the radio, yes.
You indicated that everybody was under stress, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Well, you were.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, your words were, he was like everyone else. Is that correct?
I would assume, yeah.
Meaning his level of stress.
Right.
Judge, I'm gonna object. That calls for speculation.
Yeah, that's sustained.
I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, is the witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
While he's doing that, state, you may call your next witness.
You want to, you have a brief cycle?
All right, Mr. Quinter, you may proceed.
At this time, the state was asked to move into evidence, states 2X, which is, that identified as states 2X, move that into evidence.
All right, defense, no objection.
No objection, Judge.
That objection states 2X for identification will be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 49. And Ms. Wilcox, once that is marked, may I see State's Exhibit 49, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when I spoke to you in jury selection about the instructions on the law that I would give you at the end of the case, from time to time, just like I gave you instructions at the beginning of the case, sometimes there are instructions that I have to read to you during the case. Okay, and this is one of those times. Ladies and gentlemen, when the lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you what is now in evidence as State's Exhibit 49. Again, this will be available to you along with all of the other exhibits when you are deliberating the case. It reads as follows. Joint stipulations. Counsel for the State of Florida and defendant Scot Peterson stipulate to the following facts, which are admitted and will require no proof at trial. Count 2. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Kara Loughran, a minor child. She died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0535, to determine the cause and manner of her death. Count 3. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Joaquin Oliver, a minor child. He died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0536, to determine the cause and manner of death. Count 5. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Jamie Guttenberg, a minor child. She died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0521, to determine the cause and manner of her death. Count 6. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Peter Wang, a minor child. He died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0537, to determine the cause and manner of death. Count 8. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Scott Beagle. He died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0533, to determine the cause and manner of death. Count 10. The deceased person named in the information is, in fact, Meadow Pollock. She died on February 14th, 2018, and the Broward Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy, case number 18-0534, to determine the cause and manner of her death. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State called Dr. Marlon Osborne to the stand.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, if you could just stop and look at me, please. Are you ready? You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Sir, once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Marlon Osborne, M-A-R-L-O-N, O-S-B-O-U-R-N-E.
Mr. Klinger, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Osborne.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Osborne, could you please explain to the jury what your occupation is?
I'm an associate medical examiner for the Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office.
And could you please give us your educational background?
Sure. I attended Rutgers University, got a degree in, a bachelor's degree in biology, and then I went on to medical school at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School. After that, I did a 4-year residency in pathology at what was known as Hahnemann, H-A-H-N-E-M-A-N-N, Drexel College of Medicine Pathology Program. After those 4 years, I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
And Doctor, I believe you mentioned pathology. Could you please explain to us what pathology is?
Pathology is a specialty in medicine that deals with figuring out how diseases affect the body and what changes go on, from anything from, diabetes, hypertension, to cancers, to bacterial, fungal infections, everything and anything included that causes an arrangement inside the body that's not normal is pathologic. So that's pathology.
Is there a difference when you speak of forensic pathology versus pathology in general?
Yes, forensic pathology is a subspecialty within pathology that specifically tries to deal with and figure out how people die from natural and unnatural causes, and the unnatural causes, how that interplays with the legal system, or potentially could be. The focus is to determine what the cause and manner of death is for those cases, whether they be from natural causes or unnatural causes.
And Doctor, are you board certified or a diplomat in any specific areas?
I'm a board certified in forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
And also, could you please explain to the juries what an autopsy is?
So at times, to figure out how someone died, we have to do an autopsy where we examine the body from the outside inward and look at any changes on the outside of the body that could have been a result of natural disease or trauma. And we do internal examination where we remove the organs and examine those as well to see what natural disease processes have happened in those organs and or whatever trauma has happened to the body in those organs.
And could you tell us approximately how many autopsies you performed as a medical examiner?
Over 2,500.
And do you have an approximate number of how many of those autopsies, involved gunshots?
Probably over 200 at this point.
I'm going to back up just a little bit. You had given us your educational background. Can you please give us your employment background after you had graduated?
After fellowship, I worked at the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office for 5 years. After those 5 years, I worked at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office for 5 years, and I've now been at Palm Beach for almost 4 years.
Okay. And so are you licensed to practice medicine?
Yes.
And what state are you licensed to practice?
Florida.
All right. You stated that you worked in the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. Were you working there on the 14th of February, 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you, well, let me ask you, on that particular day, were you called or asked to do anything in relation to a shooting that happened at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to do for that, in regards to the shooting?
For my participation, I did 3 autopsies.
Okay. And one of the autopsies that you did, would that be on Jamie Guttenberg?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain for the jury your initial involvement with, or how you began to do your autopsy, the work for your autopsy on Jamie Guttenberg?
That day, the incident had been reported to the investigator that was on call the evening before. We did the autopsies, and the chief deputy and a few investigators had gone to the scene, conducted the scene investigation. When the bodies came in, the work was divided amongst the physicians that worked there. I ended up getting 3 autopsies and proceeded to do each one individually, as I would the normal process for each autopsy, whereby there's initial photograph taken of the body as it's received. Once the each individual is brought in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, photographs taken of the body as it is. The clothing was documented and photographed removed and photographed, and any personal effects as well. And then the external examination was performed. Standard photographs were taken, evidence was collected. At the time during the external examination, if there was external evidence, and the wounds were described, documented, and then proceeded with the internal examination.
And doctor, was that given a case number by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was.
And what was that case number?
If I may refer.
You are referring to your report?
Yes. 18-0521.
And doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as what's in evidence. It's a composite of 6 photographs, and it is states 23. I'm going to show you one of those photographs and to see if you recognize the photograph. They'll recognize who's in the photograph. Thank you, George. Can you see the? Can you see the photograph, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize who's in the photograph?
I believe it's Ms. Guttenberg.
And is that when we were talking about the case number that you just mentioned, which was case number 180521, is that the individual with whom you conducted your autopsy?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Does your report reflect the age, the height, and the weight of Jamie?
Yes, it does.
Okay, could you tell us what that was, please?
She was 14 years old. Her weight was 104 pounds, and she was 64 inches, so 5 foot 4 inches.
As you began to perform your autopsy, can you explain to the jury what you found?
Ms. Guttenberg had an abrasion on her left cheek. She had a gunshot wound to the back of the left shoulder, and another gunshot wound to the base of the neck on the right side anteriorly, as well as another abrasion associated with that gunshot wound.
And for each of those, can you explain what effect that had on Jamie's body?
The entrance gunshot wound is the first wound that I described, and it was on the back of the left shoulder. That an entrance gunshot wound is when the bullet enters the skin, so it pushes skin inward. It can be round, it can be ovoid, it can have an abrasion. This one did have a small abrasion from the 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock position, but what's always going to be missing from the entrance side is going to be that piece of skin, so the edges won't go back together, so that's how you know it's an entrance. So that bullet traveled through and fractured the posterior aspect of the first and second ribs on the left side, perforated the left lung. Excuse me. It fractured the 7th cervical vertebrae, transected the spinal cord at that level. It then exited the body at the base of the neck on the right side. Associated with the travel of the bullet, because the bullet has a lot of energy, it travels, as it travels through different parts of the body, it creates what we call a temporary cavity. So that also can cause damage, so it caused a contusion to the upper lobe of the right lung, associated next to where the exit was on the base of the right side of the neck.
How many, from your determination during the autopsy, how many bullet wounds or bullets entered Jamie's body?
There was one gunshot wound trajectory.
Just the one that you just talked about?
Yes.
All right. The other wounds, do you have an opinion or know what they were caused by?
The graze wound?
Yes.
Could be associated with the exit. The abrasion on the cheek could be associated with any kind of blunt trauma, terminal fall.
Okay. Can you also then explain, you explained to us the bullet and the trajectory of the bullet and what happened. how would that affect Jamie physically? I mean, the effect of that bullet?
So in order for your lungs to function properly, there has to be a negative pressure around them inside the chest cavity so that they can expand. Because what happens is every time you take a breath, you contract your intercostal muscles, they pull the rib cage up and out, your diaphragm flattens out, so it increases that negative pressure so they expand. If you disrupt that negative pressure, then the lungs can't expand. So the bullet fracturing those two ribs causes disruption of that negative pressure system. So that would cause collapse of that left lung. Additionally, the bullet went through the left lung, so that's going to cause hemorrhage and bleeding into that space around the lung, also causing it not to be able to expand. So you're not going to be able to breathe. Additionally, the contusion to the right lung causes damage to lung tissue that can't do gas exchange. So you're also compromised on the right side, trying to get oxygen into your body, going to your brain. All those things combined, if your brain doesn't get enough oxygen in a certain amount of time, you'll lead to coma and death.
And also, I believe at one point, when you were talking about the trajectory of the bullet, you said that it that hit her, affected her spinal cord?
Yes, I was just about to mention that.
Sorry.
It also transected her spinal cord at the level of the 7th cervical vertebrae. So anything below that level that would have been under her own autonomous neurological function would cease to exist. So she wouldn't be able to move her arms, or potentially wouldn't be able to move, definitely wouldn't be able to move her legs. Arms, it potentially could be plus or minus. It's the upper arms are innervated from the mid-cervical region downward, so potentially there was still maybe some functions in the arms, but anything below the neck downward would not be able to be moved.
All right. So if when she was hit by that particular bullet and the bullet went in, she would no longer be able to walk. Would that be a fair statement?
That'd be fair.
Possibly, maybe still able to move her arms, but not be able to walk.
Correct.
And the overall effect of the damage that was caused by that bullet, what would be its final effect on Jamie?
It could be combined things, because having central nervous trauma can cause anything from what we call spinal shock, which could lead to a terminal arrhythmia and death, or it could also lead to flash pulmonary edema associated with it, with compromising oxygen and hypoxia that would lead to, or lack of oxygen going to the brain, that would also compound the effects of the bullet hitting the lungs and make it worse and precipitate the lack of oxygen going to the brain and death.
So, doctor, would that bullet have caused immediate death, or would it cause death shortly thereafter, or possibly both? Are you able to determine that?
It's difficult to determine. It could have caused one or both.
Is it possible to determine how long Jamie could have lived after being hit by that bullet?
Without medical attention, I would not say it would be very long. From my perspective, what I can calculate as blood loss is what was collected at the time of autopsy, which is 300 milliliters of blood in the left chest, which isn't a lot. However, I can't account for how much blood was lost at the scene. I can't account for how much her body suffered a lack of oxygen because of the injuries, which it's not necessarily just tied to the amount of blood loss. And also the injuries, the spinal shock that could have happened from the severed spinal cord, and how that could precipitate an arrhythmia and or other things that would precipitate hypoxia and death. So I can't say exactly.
Okay. Can you tell us though what the cause of death was?
Yes, it was a gunshot wound of neck and torso.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
No questions.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes.
So you may sit down, thank you very much. While he is doing that,
Thank you.
the court personnel need restroom breaks. So we're gonna take a real quick restroom break, ladies and gentlemen. Same admonition as always. Please don't discuss the facts of the case, evidence, witnesses, or testimony. If you'll leave the notepads in your chairs, they'll be waiting for you when you come back. If you step in the back for me one moment, I will be right back with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Real quick 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. back on the record, this is State versus Scot Peterson, 19-7166 CF10A. I continue to have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killen, and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I continue to have Mr. Agash present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, anything you need me to address before we resume your presentation?
No, sir, I just wanted to remind the court, this is our last witness for the day. This is another medical examiner, Dr. Boyko, and then that would be it for the day.
Understood. And then I'll remind the jury that we're not here tomorrow. And then let me check my docket for Thursday real quick. While I'm doing that, defense, is there anything that you need me to address before we resume with the state's presentation?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I have a few matters Thursday morning, but it would be a problem to keep to the same schedule, so I'll ask the jurors to be back here Thursday at 9:15 with hopes of starting by 9:30. State, any problem with that?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any problem with that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and you all have talked about maybe some witnesses are going to be called out of order Thursday and Friday
Yes,
also?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir, we'll talk some more.
We'll talk some more, but as it stands now, Thursday, the state's gonna have one witness, and I believe Mr. Eyewash has at
We
least.
may have we'll try to fill Thursday and then try not to come in Friday if at all possible.
If you,
I know, it depends on how long.
It's up to you all. No, we're way ahead of schedule, but I would rather, once the jurors are here, I'd rather work as long as we can, get as much material for them as we can, but
Right.
I'll leave that up to you all, because I appreciate you all, again, cooperating with each other to make this run as efficiently as we can.
Yeah.
Ms. Gomes?
I just, if it realistically looks like we're not gonna call witnesses on Friday, I'd rather let the court and the jurors know, because we're all off on Monday. That way they have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and they can plan accordingly. So we'll find out, for your honor, more definitively if we are gonna call witnesses on Friday.
All right, well, I don't need to know until we're done working on Thursday,
Okay.
and then let them know.
Okay.
But if you're telling me that you're gonna be on the same schedule, and there's no out-of-town witnesses or anyone that's gonna be impacted, and you're asking me for the trial not to be in session on Friday, which is the 16th, and then 19th is the court holiday, and then resume on the 20th, does that still keep you all on track to rest your case on the 20th or the 21st?
20th or 21st, yes, that's Your Honor, yes.
Okay, all right, no problem. Okay, please bring the jury back in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in the same seat, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get those notepads back out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our restroom break, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, sir. The state calls Dr. Boyko.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. And sir, once you're situated, if I can get you to scoot that chair up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
I'm Dr. Yuri Boyko, first name I-O-U-R-I, last name B-O-I-K-O.
Mr. Klinger, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, could you please explain to the jury what your occupation is, please?
I'm Associate Medical Examiner in Broward County Medical Examiner Office.
How long have you been a associate medical examiner in Broward County?
15 years.
And could you please give the jury a description or your background, your educational background, please?
I received my MD, PhD in Ukraine. In 1994, I came to USA. And to be a doctor here, I have to pass exams and to take additional training. So I was accepted in general pathology residency from 2000 to 2004. 2004, 2005, I have 1 year fellowship in forensic pathology in Harris County Medical Examiner Office. After that, I was working 2 years in Charleston, West Virginia as Associate Medical Examiner. And from 2008, I working here in Broward County. I board certified in general pathology, in forensic pathology, and medical license in state of Florida.
And doctor, do you have any board certifications?
Yes, in general pathology, in forensic pathology, and license, medical license.
And could you tell the jury approximately how many autopsies you have performed?
More than 4,000.
And can you also tell us, give us an approximate, how many of those involve gunshot wounds?
Approximately 300.
Doctor, were you working for the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office on February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
And on that day, or in and around that day, were you called out or asked to do any work concerning a shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you were asked to do?
I have to perform my duty as Associate Medical Examiner. I have to examine the bodies and to determine cause and manner of death.
And how many, let me ask, did you actually go to the school?
No.
No. Okay. You did all your work from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And how many autopsies did you perform in relation to what happened at the school, the shooting at the school?
4 autopsies.
4. All right, and let me ask you, was one of those autopsies that you performed, did that include the victim, Meadow Pollock?
Yes.
And I'm going to put on the screen, you'll see it in a second, what is part of State's Composite 23 in evidence. A picture, if you tell us if you recognize the person in that picture?
Yes.
And who was that?
It's Meadow Pollock.
And as you said, you performed an autopsy on Meadow Pollock.
Yes.
Can you please explain to the jury, let me scratch that. Let me ask you first, was there a number assigned by the medical examiner's office to the autopsy?
Yes, it's routine. We assign numbers to every person, everybody which came to our office.
Okay, and do you remember what number was assigned to Ms. Pollock?
Yes, 18-0534.
Okay. And now, I go back to my other question. Can you please explain to the jury what procedures how you started to perform the autopsy on?
First, I perform external examination of the body to determine injuries on external sides of the body. And after that, I perform internal examination, which called autopsy, to determine internal injury.
All right. And did you find injuries to Meadow's body?
Yes.
All right. Could you explain to us How many injuries did you find?
Approximately 6 or 7 gunshot wounds. 7 gunshot wounds on the body.
Okay, 7. And can you please then go through and explain for the jury how you examined each of, and what you found from each of those gunshot?
To describe gunshot wounds, one by one? Or? One was on the head, on the top of the head. It was tangential gunshot wound, but it was complicated with skull fracture. Bullet not going inside the head, but it just strike the head and cause fracture of the skull. Another was...
Well, can I just ask you, so you're saying it didn't enter, it hit the...
Yes.
From hitting the
Yes.
skull is what caused the fracture? Okay.
It's correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's tangential, that it's just strike the head, but not penetrate the skull.
Understood. Okay, and can you please describe the other gunshot?
Another wound was on the left side of the back, and this wound penetrate left lung, thoracic vertebra, its spinal cord, number 8, right lung, and fractured rib number 6, and exited on the right side of the back. Another wound was on the left shoulder. This wound penetrates the muscles and scapula, left scapula, and fractured this scapula, and exit on the upper back. Next wound was on the right side of the back, and this wound penetrate muscles, right scapula, right clavicular, and exits on the right shoulder. Next wound on the left hip. This wound perforates muscles and exit on the left buttock. Next was ballistic impact point injury. It means that some bullets strike the wall and disaggregate on the some shrapnel parts of the bullets, and these bullets penetrate the body as well. So it was on the left leg, such a ballistic impact injury.
So doctor, if I could just ask for a moment. So the 2 other gunshot wounds that you had spoken of, or the 3 other, the left side, left shoulder, and the right side, the bullets entered and exited the body, is that?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. The same for the gunshot wound to the left hip, it entered and exited the body?
Yes.
All right, but this particular one that you just described on the injury of the left leg, either the bullet or the shrapnel from the bullet went into the body but did not exit. Is that?
No, but it's small one. It's shrapnel. Next one is penetrating gunshot wound. Penetrating means that that bullet penetrates the body and not exit. Perforating is when you have entrance and exit of the projectile, and penetration just penetrated, and I remove this projectile during the autopsy. So it's gunshot wound marked G, and it's gunshot wound of the right buttock.
Was there another gunshot wound or an impact wound?
Yes, some impact wound on the right leg as well. That's it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But that's it, it's all injuries. But as I said, these bullets perforate the lungs, vertebra, fractured ribs, scapula, clavicular. So due to perforation of lungs, she lost lot of blood in pleural cavities. So vital organs were injured that caused death of this person.
And that was the cause of death, was the injury to the vital organs?
Yes, multiple gunshot wounds. It's cause of death.
And with those type of wounds, if the bullets were all fired within a short period of time, how long, if you can estimate how long before death would occur?
I think it's just minutes because multiple gunshot wounds, lot of injuries, lot of bleeding, and she died from bleeding from these injuries. So my estimation, some 5 minutes. I cannot say exactly, but short time.
All right, doctor. And also, so what would be the cause of death?
Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds.
And what would be the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide.
Thank you, doctor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
While he's doing that, State, that concludes the presentation for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get you out of here a few minutes early today. Again, remember back to the first day that I met you, some days, I told you they wouldn't be quite full days. But I do want to take a moment and go over the schedule as it appears right now. Again, this is fluid. Things can change in a trial. But at this point, it appears we are substantially ahead of the original schedule that I gave you, okay? Again, things can change, but at this point going forward, remember the original calendar that I gave you. The trial is not in session tomorrow. That's Wednesday, June 14th. You can go back to your own lives on that day. I'm going to ask you to be back here on Thursday, June 15th at 9:15 a.m. at the jury room. Thursday at 9:15 a.m. Depending on the witnesses that we can get through that day, we may not be in session at all on Friday, June 16th. Okay, I may send you back to your normal lives on Friday, June 16th. Remember again, looking at that calendar, that Monday, June 19th is a holiday. This courthouse is closed. So we're not going to be here on Monday, June 19th. And again, based on my discussions with the lawyers, and again, that can change, but based on the pace that we're going, it appears the next day when I have you back here, which would be Tuesday, June the 20th, the state may in fact conclude their presentation on that day, or sometime that week, but it could even be that day. When the state does that, we will then move to the defense presentation, but again, substantially ahead of the schedule that I originally gave you. So I'm going to give you the same admonition as always when we part company. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please do not do any research regarding this case from any source, directly or indirectly, nothing having to do with the persons, places, parties, anything having to do with the case, on the internet, on social media, from any source whatsoever. I'm going to ask you to continue to not watch the news, continue to not read the newspaper, okay? I'm going to wish you a good rest of your day today. Enjoy your day off back at your normal lives tomorrow, which is Wednesday the 14th, and I will see all of you on Thursday, June 15th at 9:15 a.m. in the jury room. And lastly, for the juror that had the one issue with work, I have not forgotten about you. My discussion with your employer has now escalated to the head of your legal department, so I'm working on it. I know we're still within the 10-day window. I'm going to make sure that you don't suffer any consequences. No one's going to lose any PTO time because they're serving on a jury. So I'm still working on that. Hopefully when I see you on Thursday, I'll have better news on that front. Okay? But I am working on it. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good rest of your night. I'll see you Thursday morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. State, is there anything else that you need me to address before we recess the trial until Thursday morning? Defense, anything else you need me to address?
No, thank you.
Okay, so the trial will be in recess until this coming Thursday, which is Thursday, June 15th at 9:30 a.m. Division FX will be in recess until Thursday, June 15th at 8:45 a.m. I hope y'all have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, Madam